Oh, the Hadrosaur sex paper that comes out later. So, this will be an excellent opportunity to practice your media skills before before that comes out, because that's going to get some attention for sure.
You said the word.
Yeah. Whoa. She loves it. She really does. Such a funny expression. Oh, yeah. One more. Drooling. Gross. All right, let's get you some treats, huh? From Cosmo Magazine. Really? Cosmopolitan Magazine was reporting on... Oh, Cosmos. Never mind. 10 sizzling ways to please the pterosaur in your life. Different Cosmo magazine. Yeah, that rat. It's a raven. You want to say hello to this Apatosaurus right here? Look at that. Oh. What do you think of Diplodocus and sauropods, sweetie pie? You like them? You a fan?
Certainly wouldn't want our species to end the same way.
Harry.
Is that a Brachiosaurus sauropod?
It is indeed. And that's so cool. She says sauropod when you put the sauropod emoji in there. Oh, that makes me happy. That's really cool. Harry, this is indeed, yeah, a plastic Brachiosaurus. And, yeah, that's one of the reasons why we're talking about sauropods today. So this just arrived on Friday, and I'm excited about it. So, if you're looking for like a comprehensive like encyclopedia about dinosaurs, you can't get much better than Thomas Holtz's, I think, 2007 book, Dinosaurs: The Most Complete, Up-to-Date Guide for People of All Ages, or something like that. It's a green book. Holtz, Holtz is the author. It's a little out of date at this point, but it's really good. Still holds up in a lot of ways. If you're looking for more of a book to read cover to cover, I'd really recommend the writings of Michael Novacek. He's mostly a mammal paleontologist. I think he might still be curator of paleontology at the American Museum of Natural History in New York City. But his kind of fieldwork autobiography from like 2002, I think, called Time Traveler. Model. And I love that they put a tail club on the end too. So this critter is one of the best preserved dinosaurs from California. We'll see it over there in a minute. But let's just admire this fleshed out model first. These big osteoderms, these big armor plates, bits of bone embedded in the skin, like a flexible suit of armor. Big sacral shield back here to protect the hips. Yeah. And then big old shoulder spikes as well. It's lovely. And look at that head. So this is clearly based on Euoplocephalus. Just like the skull is just a solid box of fused bone. And I don't know if they really portrayed it here, but these guys presumably had armored eyelids as well. So, boop the snoot. Okay, here. How's that? Beautiful. All right. She's interviewing somebody from NASA right now, so that should be pretty cool. Anyway, thank you everybody for tuning in, watching today. Really appreciate you. We really got to wrap this up. So, yeah, let's go right in right now. Never mind. All right, go on. All right, everybody, I got to go help out. See you later. Sedimentologists and sometimes paleontologists to pick up a piece of rock like this, break off a little piece, then chew it in your teeth. And that kind of allows you to get a real tactile sense for like the grain size and the consistency of the rock. Is it a mudstone? Is it a siltstone? How grainy or fine is it? How smooth is it? That kind of thing. So I'll do a lot of that when I'm like taking a stratigraphic section. So like when you're measuring out, you know, like how high a particular site is in a given formation, and you want to like take stock of all the changes that are occurring in the rock.
And weigh as much as 145 metric.
Yeah, rar, blue whales, they're big. They're essentially weightless because they live in the ocean, you know? Whales cheat.
Tons, more than twice as heavy as the most.
Like, if you ever really need to hide a body, like a human body, in the field, just put a field jacket around it. And then take a Sharpie right on the outside, garbage ribs. It might sit there in storage for decades. And nobody would open. Incorrect. Wait, what? I'm sorry, what? No. No. I've never seen this before. That's insane. What? Quick. Yeah. I've got another camera back in camp, so it's not the end of the world if this lens is scratched up. But let me just turn the camera a bit. People are saying the smudge is over your face, which is not ideal.
Not ideal. I don't know. It depends on how you approach this. Some people go, "Oh, dang it!"
Witness protection program.
But you know, you can see the quarry out behind me. You might see a white dot with a wide angle. It's not very big, but that's where these guys are digging and bailing water.
Yeah. Oh man, the rain yesterday was. It just came out of nowhere. This little cloud didn't look like it had anything.
Oh yeah.
It really packed a punch.
Yeah, we were. You know, it starts raining, and we're just like, oh, it's gonna just sprinkle for a while, go over, and all of a sudden
worse and worse. And
it's like, okay, Noah's flood has started, it's flowing. We were very surprised.
Yeah, definitely. So we got out there this morning and bailed some water out of the Iguanodontian quarry, and that was, yeah. I don't know. We'd done some decent trenching and everything, so the bone's gonna be okay. But
if I had moved the wash, believe me, that would have been full.
Oh yeah,
you know?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And Pendrake, you might be right. They might be turning the engine around. Yeah. Very cool. Wow. There's a raven flying by. Wow. Oh, it's amazing. Amazing. And there's our visitor center. Murph, thank you for those 10 gift subs. Very generous of you. I really appreciate that. I am just as excited as, well, shoot, as this Tinamou bird is. For the arrival of those 10 generous gift subs. That is... Oh, shoot. Not again.
Murph is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you, Murph. Holy moly. Don't worry about that Tinamou bird. He'll be fine. Thank you, Murph. Thank you very, very much. Let's continue. And it might take a minute until it goes, because YouTube is having some real trouble right now. So, yeah. We'll wait for it. Come on, you can do it, YouTube. You can do it. Their sound still isn't working. Oh boy, come on, YouTube.
If we're going to get a
There we
little
go.
more fancy, we could talk about two main types.
Do you want some treats? Is that what you're after? Is that your desire? Huh? Okay, let's see about that. Oh, is that what you want? Okay. Yeah. So accoutrement are additional items of dress or equipment or other items carried or worn by a person or used for a particular activity. So yeah, miscellanea is a broader term than accoutrement.
Accoutrement.
What? That's not how you pronounce that.
Accoutrement.
Accoutrements. All these accoutrements.
Accoutrement.
No, that's wrong. The thing is, I've never heard it pronounced like that. It's wrong. This is incorrect. Incorrect.
Accoutrement. Accoutrement.
No. So many dinosaur illustrations are based on the work of this one artist, Charles R. Knight. Whether it's in a Superman comic book right here, oh boy, that is directly copied from this paleo artist illustration.
And look at that big barrel-shaped rib cage there. Just, yeah, pretty interesting. I was talking with some other paleontologists during the conference this last week about how different plant-eating dinosaurs would have fed. What style herbivores were they, you know? Were they hindgut fermenters? Were they, I don't know, doing something different in terms of how they're processing their food? With Triceratops, we do know that they actually processed their food a little bit in their mouths. They did chew to a certain extent. These guys have got what we call a dental battery, so they've got these hundreds of teeth all lined up in a row. And, yeah. This is, we know that they were at least slicing up their food. I guess you could call it chewing, although it would have been a different kind of chewing than what we do. Their teeth actually moved side by, like, they kind of slid past one another, almost like a pair of scissors. It's unlike our teeth that just kind of mash like that. These guys, as they move their lower jaw up and down, those teeth would actually shear past the teeth in the upper jaw. Probably a pretty efficient way of processing food. I think they might be leaving right now. So we'll go rendezvous with them. Oh, well. Just looking for you. How you holding up?
Good.
Yeah, excellent.
We lost the gimbal.
We lost the battery pack.
Oh, wow.
We're on fumes, but let's do it.
Okay.
Bug house?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Let's go do it. Let's go see some inverts, shall we?
I've never seen them swim away so fast. It's kind of... It's interesting to see. He's not happy. I'm gonna just kind of push him back to shore. Like a tugboat. Nope. Not so fast. You got this before I did. I said, oh, looks like Angirius. Nope. There. This is one of the most obscure monsters from the Godzilla series.
It's Varan, the unbelievable. Some might say Varan the forgettable. Yeah, one of the, Yeah, it's not all ideal. There you go, Volcano Doc, yeah. Yeah. So he did this to me. This was the result. I thought this was really funny. And more than one person on the crew said, Danny, you don't look that different. Which I guess I can take as a compliment. This is on the mammal part of the family tree. So anyway, as these animals evolve and they get closer and closer to mammals, these bones here in the back of the jaw get shunted further and further back until they become part of the inner ear. So like, if you go like this, stick your finger right about here, and then open and close your jaw, you can kind of feel your jaw joint right there, right? So up here, at the end of your jaw, in our ancestors, these were separate bones that were part of the jaw like this. But over time, they got shunted further and further back, and then eventually they made their way up, and now they're part of the inner ear. They're not part of the lower jaw at all anymore. Those are the bones that we used to hear with. Like that. Like I showed you in the clip. I think this is appropriate, yeah. Yeah. It's hanging 10 on Champsosaurus. Best feature of the game right here. They should make this a mini game. Oh, into the cypress tree. Ah! Plant eater. It's got a beak at the front. Just all of these armor plates and spikes. This one was discovered back in the 90s by a lady named Lori McWhinney, and it was named Gastonia Lori McWhinney. This is not the first species of Gastonia that was found, however. There is an earlier species, which we call Gastonia burgii. And here is an approximation of what this animal might look like in life. Some of those spikes aren't long enough. There's not spikes on the back like there should be. But, yeah. So this is not entirely correct, but, you know, decent skeletal reconstructions by Greg Paul here. So when we're trying to figure out what a dinosaur looked like, first, you know, we got to make sure that we excavate as many bones as we can. Whatever's there at a site, we try and get out. Take those bones back to the laboratory, clean them, stabilize them. Thank you, Dorkalotl. Yeah, again, there's not too much to show in the actual quarry itself right now, given that we just got here yesterday and started digging. And we're just approaching the bone layer again right now. But this whole area where Fisher's working and where Justin is sitting right there, we're going to be removing a lot of this to get down to the bone layer, and then once we're down in the bone layer itself, the pace changes. We start working with hand tools, going a lot more slowly. Because you don't want to be using a pick or a shovel where there might be bone. You want to use smaller, more precise tools as you're working more slowly so you don't actually destroy any of the bones. Something really special about fieldwork. It's like everything that's cool about camping, except you're doing it for a higher purpose. It's not just rest and relaxation, and it's not just for kicks and giggles. You know, we're out here to contribute to science. So it's really cool to have a mission like that, and to have a, you know, a concrete reason to get up every morning and to come together as a team and, you know, work toward a common goal. Fieldwork's pretty special like that, and I'm so glad you're going to be able to see some of that this summer. I've been excited about this for a long time, and I'm glad it's finally come together. So yeah.
You know, eagles will take them out once in a while.
They'll take up. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. So good to see all of you. Happy Wednesday, and Wednesday, I swear, what am I talking about? It's Tuesday, that's why I'm late. I had some stuff going on in Berkeley this morning. Went to a seminar talk and got to hang out with some friends and chat with some other paleontologists. And sometimes it takes a while to get back, especially if I have lunch with some friends like I did. So, anyway, apologies for being late, but that's often how things go on Tuesdays. I'm glad you're here. If anyone's here for the very first time, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. So talking about fossils, talking about the history of life on Earth, talking about, well, dinosaurs maybe in particular. Happens to be my primary study group, the group of organisms that I study, that I excavate in the field, that I publish on in the scientific literature.
Bone was put into place and the skeleton was complete. These men certainly felt a strong sense of accomplishment.
Elias
Brought back to life one of the greatest animals that ever walked the face of the earth.
Here for the first time. Yeah, it's your first 46 months here. I appreciate your ongoing support, Elias. Thank you, thank you. I hope you're having a good day. Good to have you here. Yeah. Yeah. As a paleontologist, I study fossils. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I mostly work on dinosaur fossils. It's what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and what I dig up during the field seasons. Last year, I spent 11 weeks in the field. 11 weeks. Why is it making a Windows noise? Anyway. We'll see if we get anywhere close to that this year, or maybe even exceed it. Time will tell. But I'm glad you're here. This is not just my means of doing science outreach, but also this is my full-time job. This is literally how I make my living as a scientist. This is how I fund my research and field work and travel, is by doing live outreach here on Twitch. I wanted this to be a place in the sense that a Twitch channel is a place. I wanted this to be a place where people can bring their questions about natural history, about fossil science, about science in general. Given that it is interactive like this, you can type into the chat, I can reply to your questions in real time. This is more of a conversation than it is a lecture, you know? This is hanging out and chatting about science. I think it's important for people to have that, and I'm incredibly lucky to be able to provide that in some small way. And it's only because of the supporters of this channel that any of that is possible. So thank you, everybody who supports this. Anyway, and it makes it so that I can afford rent here. Sweetie Pie and the other landlords are, Sweetie is just starved for attention. I left at like 9 a.m. this morning, and did not get to spend some time with Sweetie Pie, so she is starved for cuddles at the moment.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
And thank you, Urgle Wurgle, for that gift sub to Irendel. I appreciate that. Fantastic. Yeah.
Urgle gifted a tier 1 sub to Irendel __. They have
thank
given
you,
2
Urgle
8
Wurgle.
gift subs in the channel.
Phenomenal. I really appreciate that. Yeah. Fall Machine says the thing was found in the ice in Antarctica. That was not in the ice. That was in rock, Fall Machine. I presume you're talking about here. Yeah. Here we go. Enormous 68 million year old egg dubbed the Thing, unearthed in Antarctica, which it very well might be the egg of a mosasaur. Here's a link. There are a lot of fossils from Antarctica, not as many as we would like. Antarctica is not an easy place to work, as you might imagine. But, yeah.
I would love to be able to go and do field work there at some point. Yeah. Anyway. Petrodactylus says Mosasaur egg? Yeah. Yeah. Let me see if I can find you another, I even have a video. Let's see. Come on, YouTube. Okay. It was an exciting enough find that it's certainly worthy of like a video press release. But I'm trying to find one that's not garbage. There we go. Yeah. And hey Murph, how you doing? Howdy, howdy.
I think
hang on.
you should enjoy science as much as you can. And you can't enjoy science alone. You have to share it.
Callie Kong, thank you so much for the 2 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you for keeping me here on the air and supporting this community. I really appreciate that. So in 2011, Chilean scientists found a weird fossil in Antarctica. They weren't sure what it was, but they brought it back to Chile. It kind of looks like a potato that somebody left in the microwave for about an hour too long. Later analysis revealed the fossil was a giant egg. This is still kind of controversial, but that is the general loose consensus right now, is that it is probably an egg. Mr. Animal laid this egg 68 million years ago. It's about the size of a deflated football. So, yeah. Don't let, was it the New England Patriots get hold of it? The researchers think it's likely the egg of a mosasaur, a fierce marine reptile that lived during the dinosaur age. But here's the thing, is that these animals, well, their ancestors were land-living lizards. Their ancestors would have laid eggs on land. I just thought these guys were evolving toward viviparity, so being able to give birth to live young in the water. So it's thought that this egg is probably like a soft-shelled egg. The egg probably hatches within the mother, and then the baby swims out of the birth canal, and then the egg is later expelled. That's kind of the general idea with this. Anyway, I'll give you a link, and I will give Sweetie Pie some treats so that she stops blocking our camera. Sweetie Pie here being, yeah, being a little bit extortionary, perhaps?
This is the Rosetta Stone of meat-eating dinosaurs.
And there is no such a thing as a Rosetta Stone in science.
Thank you, Dr. Irrefutable, for the 34 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Here, let's see if we can entice Sweetie Pie to move. Oh, what do we got here, sweetie? Hey. Look at that. We have treats for you. What do you think? You don't want them? What's going on? What? What's going on, Sweetie Pie? Treats. You don't want to eat those? All right. I don't know what, Sweetie Pie, goodness, I have to stream, this is my job. You're in the way of the camera. Well, chat, we might just have a stream like this today, you know?
And holy cow, Callie Kong, thank you for the 5 gift subs right there. Really appreciate that. Holy cow.
Calicom just changed things with those 5 gift subs.
Brilliant. I really appreciate that, Callie Kong. Thank you for the 5 gift subs there. That is excellent. There are 5 lucky chatters. Won't have to worry about any ads at all for the next month, thanks to you. And we're getting a little bit closer to our sub goal as well. Excellent. I appreciate that, Callie Kong. Thank you for your generosity. And it's a dream come true to be able to do this full time. Be able to make that possible. Thank you, Kelly. And hey, Otter, do it. Yep. Yeah, I need a haircut, don't I? Yeah. Look at all this hair. My goodness. Anyway, good to see you, Otter, do it. I hope things are good. Yeah. Anyway, before I forget, let's do a Blue Sky post. Take a screenshot there real quick. Let's see if that is usable. Yeah, that'll work. I think we can use that. Yeah. There we go. I figured today would be a good day to talk about the that YouTube video that I saw yesterday. It's going to be a good opportunity to use that as a springboard for conversation, for discussion about the public perception of fossil science, misconceptions that people have about dinosaurs and about other fossil organisms. Something tells me we might get like take an hour or two to discuss this short video, but I'm looking forward to that. Anyway, first off, let's post this to Blue Sky. And thank you. Dassen Radman 666 for the follow. Welcome. Thanks for dropping in. Good to have you. It's a casual Q&A stream today. Casual, let's say hashtag paleontology Q&A stream today on Twitch. And we'll be delving into we'll be, let's say, trying to identify and remedy some common public misconceptions about dinosaurs and Earth history. Feel free to join us and chat at twitch.tv/paleontologizing. There we go. Alt text is Twitch. Screenshot of me in my office. There's a slightly goofy pterosaur LED light on the wall behind me, as well as a lovely poster showcasing amniote phylogeny, as well as a huge Allosaurus skull 3D print, and a little life-sized Glytosaurus skull print too. There we go. Looks good. No typos detected. Let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. Yeah. And oh, you're having some trouble with Metazoo right now, Lenina? We're gonna do that next, so let's take a look. But again, apologies for being late today. I did mention this on Blue Sky earlier. I was there at Berkeley this morning, hanging out with some old friends of mine. But yeah, Tuesdays are often like this. Let me know if and when Alexander Morrison gets here, because he would be really interested in the subject of the talk today. But, yeah. And hey, Cali Kong, yeah, exactly. I felt like surf rock was a good fit for this channel. We've had this since the very beginning. Since May of 2020. And it just, I feel like it kind of fits the vibe of the channel. Or it helps set the vibe, rather. I don't know. Whether it's prescriptive or descriptive or whatever, it works. Yeah. Anyway, I put a link to that Blue Sky post there in the chat if anyone wants to interact with that. And San Francisco vibe, I mean, to a certain extent. You know, maybe not as much as this, but yeah. Anyway, yeah. I got a beautiful view of the bridge this morning from Berkeley. It had rained a bit early this morning, and so all the smog was cleared out and everything, and just really, really good visibility. Let's see if I can find it. There we go, yeah. So, beautiful view of the city. So this is looking across the UC Berkeley campus, and there is the Golden Gate Bridge right there across San Francisco Bay, off in the distance. This is, I don't know how far away, maybe 10, 15 miles, something like that. So, really good visibility today. Yeah. Anyhow, and Petrodactylus, yeah, Scelidosaurus. Well done, Petrodactylus. Yeah, you got that right. This is one of these dinosaurs that doesn't get nearly enough attention, I feel. It's a cool critter, and it's one of the best dinosaurs to come out of the UK. By best, I mean best preserved, most complete. Dinosaurs from the UK have a habit. They have a reputation for being poorly preserved, very fragmentary. Not so for Scelidosaurus. Holy cow. Yeah. Yeah, I think it may have been from this specimen that this skull was reconstructed, too. Because the original is flattened, but, you know what? No, this has to be, well, no, it might be, actually. Yeah, really cool critter, Scelidosaurus, an early thyreophore, an early armored dinosaur. There's a lovely reconstruction of it there, here. Oh yeah. Now, Prehistoric Kingdom Scelidosaurus is really good. I like it a lot. It is very well done. What a cool critter, you know? Precursor to the ankylosaurs. And according to some people, the stegosaurs too, but I don't know if that's as widespread a view as it used to be. And Casey says, theorized to be a somewhat close relative of Jacopil, if I'm not mistaken. We still don't, I mean, there's still not a strong consensus on what Jacopil is. I was actually just talking with Ralph Molnar and Kevin Padian about this in Berkeley this morning. Snake Socks, thank you for the 12 months of support.
Value salute.
Really appreciate that. Thank you, Snake Socks. Thanks for keeping science outreach going here on Twitch. I appreciate you. But, yeah. So, Casey brought up Jacopil. Right? Yeah. Which, we still don't really know what this critter is. It's so fragmentary, but the fragments we have are so weird. We don't even know which major group of dinosaurs to put it in. Just based on the armor, it's been kind of lumped in with the ankylosaurs. But armor is not that difficult to evolve, and different groups of dinosaurs, thyreophorans and sauropods, multiple times sauropods, theropods, they've all independently evolved armor plating like this to different extents. And so that could just be convergent evolution, like Susie Maidmont, who was one of the reviewers on the original paper. She was looking at that lower jaw and going, that thing looks like a ceratopsian jaw, like a horned dinosaur. And we don't have much of the skull, so, much of this is guesswork. It could be like a weird stem ceratopsian or something like that from South America. Yeah. Anyhow. Harry says, can they infer all the gray areas from the white areas? I mean, that's what this is. It is inferred, but it's a guess. We don't really know that that's what the rest of the skeleton looks like. This is guesswork. So yeah, I would love to see more of this animal discovered to help fill in some of these gaps, because right now it's mostly gap. And, yeah. Let me see if I can find that. No, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find it. It was on Twitter, and I'm not sure if Susie Maimon is on Twitter anymore. So many scientists have left that garbage fire. Anyway, Jacopil, weird critter. There are still probably entire groups of dinosaurs that we still have yet to discover, especially in the southern hemisphere, in Gondwana. So Gondwana is our name for the southern supercontinent. So we used to have Pangea. It's a concept that a lot of people are familiar with. All of the continents kind of congealed into one. Come on. There we go. 240 million years ago, yeah. So all of the continents used to be stuck together like this. So you basically had ocean on one side of our planet, and then land on the other. Pangea, the name means all Earth. So Africa, North America, South America, Australia, India, Antarctica, Europe, and Asia all stuck together. Over the course of the Age of Dinosaurs, Pangea breaks apart. So I can find you. Here we go. Yeah. So like this, Pangea starts to split. as the continents move toward their current configuration. So right about here, this is really, really important, because you basically have two supercontinents. You have Laurasia in the north and Gondwana in the south. So Gondwana, this is South America, Africa, India, Antarctica, and Australia. Here we go. And then parts of Western Asia today, too. Turkey, Iran, Tibet. The dinosaurs from Gondwana, from these southern continents, not nearly as well known, not nearly as well studied as the dinosaurs from Laurasia. The majority of dinosaur species that have ever been named are from North America, Europe, and Asia. Those are the areas where paleontologists have done the most work, where we have the most museums, where we have the most field programs. There are still probably entire groups of dinosaurs that still have yet to be discovered, which lived in Gondwana. And maybe Jacopil is a tantalizing hint at one of those. Maybe that is a forgotten lineage of southern ceratopsians. We still don't know, you know? And that's exciting. Somebody is going to find some really, really cool stuff here. This is like what Paul Sereno was saying in that video we were watching yesterday, where, like, you know, they discovered the lost world of, you know, African dinosaurs in Niger. There are, I've heard rumors of, like, Jurassic dinosaur faunas from Africa that are still waiting to be described. Things that people have excavated, and they just have to work on them and get them published. There will be exciting things coming out of Gondwana in the near future. Anyway. Yeah. And Harry Vetch had a question earlier. Are those fragments from the same creature even? Asked Harry Vetch. That's a good question with Jacopil. It is thought that these are all from the same animal, but there have been instances where parts of different dinosaurs got mixed up. And were like Dynamasaurus is a good example. That's a tyrannosaur that Barnum Brown, I think, worked on it, or maybe Osborne did. But thought that he had an armored tyrannosaur. It turns out they were just armor plates from an armored dinosaur that were washed in with the tyrannosaur bones. As far as this goes, I think these were all in association. So they're thought to be from the same animal, but again, we need more fossils. We need more fossils to really be able to say that without any shred of doubt, you know? Yeah. He says slandering my little guy as a chimera. I mean, if anything, that's kind of a compliment. It's saying that this animal is so weird that
we didn't come here to fight with monsters. We came here to find fossils.
Skyfallen Games, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah, this is such a weird critter that it's exciting, you know? Did it really look like this? There are big parts of this that are speculative, you know? If anything, I think that's kind of a compliment. It's like, this thing is so weird and cool that, like, who knows? I realize that not a lot of people think this way. Like, as a paleontologist, this is sort of what I've been almost trained to think and feel. But when we have a big mystery like that, while other people might be upset or made uncomfortable by that level of uncertainty, I find that exciting. This is mysterious and enticing, you know? Somebody's gonna figure this out someday. You might even say, the truth is out there with regard to Jacopil and all kinds of Gondwanan dinosaurs. Somebody's gonna figure this out. Maybe it'll be somebody watching this stream right now. Somebody who aspires to be a paleontologist someday, you know? Yeah. Pretty cool. Irindel says, when did they live? So these critters are from the late Cretaceous of Argentina, if memory serves. I want to say they're like Campanian? Let's see. Dracopil? Oh, Cenomanian. Okay. All right, so the earliest part of the late Cretaceous. So, what does that mean, Cenomanian? I'm gonna go to linear time. That's the only way to look at this chart. So here's the geological timescale. We are here at 0 million years ago in the Holocene epoch, which is so short it's not even on here. Like, it's within those black pixels at the top. That's where we are. 66 million years ago is when the dinosaurs went extinct, except for birds. The Cenomanian stage of the Cretaceous is right here. So this is when Dracopil lived. At the beginning of the upper Cretaceous. And before that, you have the Jurassic and the Triassic period. Dinosaurs first evolved probably about 240 million years ago, give or take. So Dracopil is not an early dinosaur by any stretch of the imagination. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. Anyhow. And we did talk about that a little bit, Starmy. Yeah. Yeah. Filippo is an author on that paper, by the way. Dyson Dinosaur. Let's get a shout out for him. Yeah. And Snake Sock says Surf Rock Pokemon theme was not on my bingo list for today. Get a better bingo list then. Shoot. Especially if you're going to be hanging out here. Here, I think I've got more too. I don't know a lot about Pokemon. Read nothing. I think I've got some other. I do have some other tracks. Here we go. Here we go. Enjoy. Petrodactylus says, I sang this song at a karaoke wedding, and the wedding guests were wild for it. That's awesome, Petrodactylus, yeah. I need to find some new karaoke songs, especially before the field season this year. I've got a few standards that I really like. But I need to get some other ones. A lot of the songs that I would love to sing in karaoke are just not available. Like, you search YouTube for such and such karaoke and it just doesn't exist. Yeah. Otter Do It says, are you able to say where you get this music? From the internet, Otter Do It. Yeah. There you go. Thank you, Claire. I was just typing that in. But yeah. Fossil Pokemon exhibit at the Field Museum this year. Yeah, Casey, I heard about that. People are excited about this. When is that, by the way? It auto-completes. This has been searched for quite often. Field Museum. Opening May 22nd. Well. I might have a chance to visit and do a stream from there. We'll have to see. Again, I don't know anything about Pokemon, but I do know a little bit about fossils. So... and there's, yeah, like a Pokemon-ized version
Some
of
of these
Jinmei
strange
Okada there.
beasts were protected
awesome.
by massive plates of bony armor.
Mizart Rules, thank you for the 6 months of support. I really appreciate it. 41 months, rather.
KC
Thank you,
Fair,
Mizart
KC
Rules.
Chicken Run, KC Chicken Run, KC Chicken Run,
Good
KC
stuff.
Chicken Run.
Thank you, Mizart Rules. And there's Akiko. Awesome. I was hanging out with her at SVP this year. She came to join me and Andrew Milner and Robert Gay for beers at Weatherby's or whatever it's called in Birmingham. Yeah, neat.
So I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
And holy cow, Salamander, tier 3 sub there, 36 months. I appreciate that more than you know, Salamander. Holy cow. Good stuff. Here, let's do... Here, this one. There we go. Anyway, this is gonna be cool. I wonder, is this a, Wait 20 seconds. Is this like an in-house exhibit? There's a Kiko. I don't think I've met him. There's Jingmei there. Yeah, very cool. Good stuff. Yeah. Before I forget, shoot, we gotta do Metazua, right? Yeah, we've got 17 minutes. Okay, we gotta do this fast. Here, this is our daily animal guessing game, yada yada, you know how it goes. Give me the name of a placental mammal, chat. What should we start with today? And it was a tough one today? Oh, good to know. Yeah, speedrun. Ms. Rule says monkey. There's many different species of monkey, but we can try that. Let's try capuchin monkey. And holy cow! Alright, our critter is not a monkey, it's not a primate, not a mammal. It is part of Eumetazoa. Eumetazoa, rather. So it is going to be something super basal on the animal family tree. I wonder if it's going to be something like a comb jelly or something like that. Here's animals. We guessed capuchin monkey, which is way over here. Our critter has got to be much more early branching. It could be a sponge. Part of Porifera. Let's try that, actually. Como Bob Esponja. Let's try sea sponge. And hey, Diatom's Attack, how are you doing? There's no Diatoms in this game, unfortunately. It's only played Metazoa. And, okay. It's not a sea sponge. Oh, hang on. Did I just blow a guess on this? Eumetazoa is probably this clade. Oh boy. Okay, hang on. Eumetazoa. Yeah, see, if I'd started this earlier and weren't in such a rush, we wouldn't have squandered a guess like that. Proposed basal animal subkingdom is sister group to Porifera or sponges. So there's ctenophores and hoxozoans, or parahoxozoans. I kind of doubt they're gonna have ctenophores in the game, but they do not. What are some other more basal clades within this? I guess we've got comb jellies, which they don't have. They do have jellyfish. Let's try that.
Hold on to your butts.
We're going real basal. Okay, it is a Cnidarian, but it's not a jelly. So... yeah, so this includes jellies, hydroids, sea anemones, corals. Here we go. Cnidaria, jellies, corals, and more. Let's try coral, I guess. Brain coral. Oh, you know, we had brain coral not too long ago. Let's try anemone, because I think anemones are also Cnidarians, aren't they?
corals, sea anemones. Anthozoa. Let's try that. Let's try anemone. Sorry, wrong tab. There we go.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. Anemone. Nope. Let's try brain coral. No? What? Oh, wrong button. Hang on. There we go. Okay. So it's not a jelly. It's not an anemone. It's not a brain coral. That's clade. Sorry. Hexacoralia right there. Is like a manowar part of this? Manowar is in the database, but is that a cnidarian? It is part of Hydrozoa. I guess they're siphonophores? I didn't realize that. Okay, cool. It's gotta be, this has gotta be it, right? Yeah, they're over here, which would make sense. It's gotta be a manowar. That's gotta be it. That's gotta be it. Alright.
Hold on to your butts.
Ding, ding, ding. Okay, not the worst. I would have gotten 5 guesses if I'd been a little bit more cautious. That's my bad. But, yeah, there we go. Yeah. Excellent. I don't know if I want to post it necessarily, but let's just see what that brings my average to now. It's probably going to still be at 5.3. Yeah. 5.3. There we go. Yeah, 5 guesses. Well done, Petrodactylus. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho, let's, this is one of our first repeats, I feel. I know we've done these before, right? I'm pretty sure this is a Metazoa result before. Yeah, what a cool, weird animal. Let's take a look at this from National Geographic. World's weirdest. Portuguese man-o'-war. This is not a jellyfish, not a sea jelly. Shoot. You do not want to get stung by these guys. There you go, business father. Oh. This is not really one animal. Like, it operates as one animal, but it's actually a colonial organism. Like, it's interesting in that it kind of
challenges our way of understanding what an organism is, you know? It's like pushing the boundaries on all these different definitions. It's really weird and cool. Yep. Weird. Mm-hmm. Oh, poor fish. Weird. Known to gather. They don't do that on purpose. They're just kind of drifting with the current, you know? It's like saying, fallen leaves are known to gather in piles during autumn time. It's like, well, no. What? They just kind of end up there. I don't think they have any means of propulsion at all. It's not like they choose where they go. And Starmy, that kind of fish that was swimming around in that clip is a
dinosaur!
Chris Kafka, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah, the man-o-war fish. Pretty cool. I think this video might talk about them a little bit.
Often referred to as a jellyfish, a Portuguese man-of-war is actually no such thing. Heck,
nope.
They aren't even really a single organism. Portuguese men-of-war are siphonophores, which are animals made up of many animals. The single animal we see when looking at a Portuguese man-of-war is actually a colony of smaller animals called zooids. In the system that is called the Portuguese man-of-war, the zooids have 4 main functions: floating,
very cool,
stinging, eating, and making babies. If this seems confusing, just bear with us. We have more to talk about on this subject. These animals got their name because they look like old warships floating around the oceans. Sometimes Portuguese men-of-war are referred to as blue buttons or by-the-wind sailors. But these common names are probably better suited for 2 different but similar looking species. One which we've previously discussed, and another that we have yet to talk about. Portuguese men-of-war are often known as the blue jellyfish that wash up on beaches.
Yeah, they're not jellyfish.
Portuguese men-of-war have a strong sting that can cause swelling, redness, and pain in humans.
And it can do that even after they're dead, which I think is what she's going to talk about here. That's the thing, is that even post-mortem, they can still get you, you know?
They often aren't fatal to us, but they can be quite fatal to their prey. Portuguese men-of-war eat young fish, small adult fish, and crustaceans like shrimp and plankton.
How does the YouTube closed captioner manage to misspell crustaceans? Like, that's not an uncommon word, right? It's like they're just inventing words from first principles. Like, no, there's a way to spell this. What in the world? Yeah. And welcome, Chris Kafka. It's good to have you here. Favorite prehistoric marine reptile is the plesiosaur. Very, very cool, Chris Kafka. I've not worked on plesiosaurs yet, but I'd like to in the future. I'm mostly a dinosaur guy, but welcome, Chris Kafka. Good to have you here.
These animals are caught in the man-of-war's stinging tentacles, moved to the area where the feeding zooids are found, and consumed by the eating zooids. The nutrients are then passed around to all the other zooids, so the whole colony gets nutrients. This is all a bit weird, but the best way we can think to describe it is to think of a tree. The roots are the part of the tree that pull up water from the ground. The roots are the only part of the tree that work in this way. But then that water gets passed around to all the other parts of the tree, the bark, the trunk, the leaves, so that the tree as a whole is happy. That's kind of like how a colony organism works. Each piece plays a role in the survival of the whole.
I don't know if that's really the most helpful analogy, because all multicellular organisms kind of work in the same way. Like, as long as they have specialized parts, like, I don't feel like that really added a whole lot to anybody's understanding.
The Portuguese metaphor are often seen on beaches. They actually live in the open ocean.
Yeah, would you believe they didn't evolve to sit on the beach and die? It's not their normal habitat. That might be where you're most likely to encounter them, but this is not their happy place. Certainly not.
Most tropical and semi-tropical waters throughout the world.
Yeah. Business Father wants to know, what is the distinction between, oh, this is a good question, a zooid in a colony and an organ within an organism? So, I think the idea is, I think that the different zooids within a colony like that all kind of have their own thing going on to a greater extent than just like different organs in your body. Because the different organs in your body might be made up of different kinds of cells, but they all kind of work in concert. And I think that with the different zooids in a colonial organism like that, in a colonial animal, I think they kind of add on more and more and more as the colony grows. And so you can end up with a whole bunch of different zooids that do a certain job. And it's different from, like, it's not like when you and I grow, you know, well, I'm 21 years old now, so that means I have 4 stomachs. You know, it's, you know what I mean? I think that's kind of the distinction, is that zooids kind of multiply more instead of just growing like organisms do. And they might very well have different DNA too, Pink Boots. Yeah, good thinking. I bet you they do. Let's look this up, actually. Colonial organism made up of many smaller units called zooids. Although they are morphologically quite different, all the zooids in a single specimen are genetically identical, so they do not have different DNA. Interesting. They fulfill specialized functions such as hunting, digestion, and reproduction, and together they allow the colony to operate as a single individual. Okay. Life cycle. They are dioecious, meaning each colony is either male or female. Interesting. I didn't know that. Some plants are like this too, like cycads. A fertilized man-o'-war egg develops into a planula that buds off new zooids as it grows, gradually forming a new colony. Huh. But that does still kind of make me wonder, like, what is the hard line between having distinct and discrete organs and having different organisms that make up a colonial organism? I'd be willing to guess that the distinction there might not be as cut and dry as we would like it to be. You know? Yeah. Irendel says, I wonder if you could swap one zooid type between 2 specimens? I don't know. It's a good question. I'm not sure. We need more study. Well, I bet you this stuff has already been figured out. It's probably just that I'm ignorant of it, Claire. I don't think this is still a mystery. I think it's just I'm not familiar enough with these critters.
The sail of a man-of-war is like a sack that keeps the animal floating atop the water column. They don't have any means of propulsion, so they rely on wind and water currents to push them along. This can contribute to them landing on beaches. However, they can be either right or left sailed, so that helps keep them widely distributed. The gas in a Portuguese man-of-war's sail can be released in an attempt to avoid predators, such as seafaring birds, from above. Other predators to Portuguese men-of-war include fish, crustaceans, sea turtles, barnacles, sea snails.
Oh, they're not even showing the right kind of sea turtle here. That's a... Is that a green? Or a hawksbill? Anyway, again, spelled crustaceans wrong. That's really weird. And this is how I can tell that this was not typed out by a person, because... Yeah, this is YouTube's, like, auto-caption system. Why are they spelling crustaceans wrong, though? That's so baffling. Yeah.
And blue sea dragons. Though they don't push themselves through the water, the currents often lead them to form large groups. When this happens, the Portuguese men-of-war are likely to breed. It's important for a single colony to meet up with another colony, because all the zooids in a colony are either only male or only female, which means they need another man-of-war of the opposite sex in order to reproduce.
Another man or woman of war, I guess. Synthberry says our central nervous system could be seen as a superorganism with neurons. I mean, kind of, yeah. Well, that's the thing, Synthberry, is when we're talking about our bodies and ourselves, most of, like, I don't know if it's most or if it's a plurality, but anyway. No, I guess it would be a majority. The majority of the cells in your body are not yours. They are other organisms, especially like your gut biome, all of the bacteria in your stomach and your intestines and your digestive tract. Those are other organisms. They don't share your DNA. And they far outnumber, apparently, the cells, the human cells in our body, which is really interesting. Let's see if I can... Oh, no, hang on. Is this not true? Oh. Well. Scientists bust myth that our bodies have more bacteria than human cells. What? This is surprising. A decades-old assumption about biota revisited. And this is paywalled, unfortunately. So,
access denied.
We can't read it, unfortunately, unless I want to pay $40 for a PDF, which I don't. It's from 2016. Are we really vastly outnumbered? Revisiting the ratio of bacterial to host cells in humans. It is often presented as common knowledge that in the human body, bacteria outnumber human cells by a ratio of at least 10 to 1. Revisiting the equation, we find that the ratio is much closer to 1 to 1. Well. Very cool. The striking statement often serves as an entry point to the field. After all, if a human being is a cell population composed of at least 90% bacteria, it is only natural to expect a major role from them in human physiology. Interesting. Very cool. Well, here's a link to that PDF if you want to read it. I guess there have been a number of papers on this topic within the last couple decades. I gotta remember this because that is one of those pieces of received wisdom that we as scientists often, well, that science communicators at least, often trot out, and apparently it's not actually true, you know? Interesting. Yeah. Mayor of Space says, like, everyone eats at least 10 spiders in their sleep every year. I always heard it was 8, Mayor of Space. The lady who wrote that for a popsicle stick did it as a joke. People didn't get the joke and spread it as a fact for decades. Yeah. I mean, there are so many different, like, urban legends, like, and a lot of them were centered around spiders when I was a kid. There was the average person eats about 8 spiders every year in their sleep. And I don't think that's true. There was another one when I was a kid that all my friends believed. It was that there's like a preservative in certain foods called xanthan gum. At least I think it's a preservative. I'm not totally positive about that. And everybody when I was a kid said that, like, oh yeah, xanthan gum. That's spider eggs. They put it in chewing gum and in milkshakes and in it's an emulsifier. Thank you, business father. Yeah. It comes from a plant. There you go, business father. Yeah. Anywho. And you're a professional chef. Very cool, business father. That's awesome. And Net Negative says, I eat around 10 spiders a day when awake. Well, I mean, are you on is that the new, like, celebrity fad diet? You know? Like, here's how it works. You can only eat spiders, but you can eat as many spiders as you want. Anyway, Galrock says it's probably just one statistical outlier who eats all the spiders for the rest of us. That's often how these things work, huh? Yeah. Oh, and I appreciate that, Starmy. Yeah, I'm not too concerned with this. There's apparently a bunch of different papers, some of which are open access. But yeah, it's interesting looking at a Google search here. I'll give you a link. There's a bunch of kind of legacy results here. Like from the BBC 2018, more than half of your body is not human. Humans carry more bacterial cells than human ones. In 2007, Scientific American. All of this stuff is out of date. Anyway, interesting stuff. And Mayor Spaces, I don't know if we can metabolize chitin. I'll leave that for bugs. I'll leave bugs for the birds. Fair. Business Father says, my favorite vintage influencer did a 1930s fad diet where he could only drink skim milk and eat bananas. Bananas have vitamin C, right? So at least you're not going to get scurvy doing that. But, oh boy. Yeah. And aren't mushrooms made of chitin too? I don't think so, Smite. I'm pretty sure chitin is like an invertebrate compound. You might be thinking of mycelia or something like that. No, hang on, what? Chitin? They have chitin? mushrooms contain chitin. Shoot, they do. Well, well, well. I didn't know that. That is really surprising. Chitin content. I don't know if the human body can digest chitin. Huh. So, for those of you not aware, chitin is a compound that it makes up the exoskeletons of invertebrates, like crustaceans and insects and arachnids. Their hard outer covering is made largely of chitin. So it's almost analogous to like keratin, the same material that our fingernails are made out of. But chitin, I think, tends to be a bit more brittle, and it has certain disadvantages when compared to keratin. It might be easier to produce, but I think it's lower quality. At least that's what I've been told in the past. But you can digest keratin, says Business Father. Yeah, that's welcome news to anybody who chews their nails. But, yeah. They talked about mushrooms having chitin. Interesting, Business Father, yeah. Mushrooms is bugs. Anywho. And Synthberry says, I've been mispronouncing chitin my whole life. Let's look up a video about chitin. Use that as a springboard for discussion here, too. I didn't click that. What is YouTube doing? Let's take a look at this.
I like big bugs and I cannot lie, which is why we talk about them instead of singing about them or
cool
rapping
beetle.
about them, because you definitely never want to hear me rap. That's for sure. So today I've taken out this really beautiful megafauna. His name is Megasoma actian, and he is a rhinoceros beetle.
I mean, that might be megafauna by insect standards, but it wouldn't be by invertebrate standards in general. We've got big cephalopods and other inverts like that. Certainly not megafauna by dinosaur standards.
Because today we are talking
It is pretty big for a bug, though.
about
Holy cow. For a beetle.
And why they're so hard and what they're made out of. As per usual, there's a PDF. And all you have to do to get it is go straight down into the description box, and there's a link right there, no strings
here's a
attached,
link to this
and
video.
you can follow along with the video. So, before we can get too far, we have to talk about what an exoskeleton even is. And an exoskeleton is just a skeleton that is found on the outside of the animal's body. So in this case with this beetle, like everything you can see is the exoskeleton because he has no bones on the inside. People have what we call endoskeletons, or skeletons on the inside, or bones. One of the most obvious benefits of an exoskeleton is it protects all of the soft, squishy bits on the inside. Beetles can crash into things, they can crawl under logs, they can fight with each other, and chitin to get at that nice soft meat. Chitin is a polysaccharide, which is a long sugar chain, but it's a modified polysaccharide because it has nitrogen attached to it. So it's very similar to cellulose, which is found in plants. That's what celery is named after. And cellulose makes the cell
Moon pie. What a time to be alive.
Thank you, Asepian Variable, for the 48 months of support.
4 years of Tradoon.
I really appreciate those 48 months. Thank you for keeping me here online for as long as you have, Sephiad Variable. Wonderful. I appreciate you.
All of plants. While it is more chemically similar to cellulose, chitin, or what makes the exoskeleton of the insects, is more functionally similar to keratin, which is a protein that we have in our hair and in our fingernails.
Yep.
Chitin is the basic building block for the insect exoskeleton, but it's not the only player. To make the exoskeleton very hard, like you see in these beetles, you need another protein, which is called sclerotin. Sclerotin makes the
Sclerotin sounds like an allergy medication or something like that. Get sclerotin clear.
exoskeleton hard through a natural tanning process by which proteins are then cross-linked and joined by another chemical called quinone. And this cross-linking is what makes the exoskeleton so hard.
May cause drowsiness. There you go.
So let's compare
Do not operate heavy machinery while using sclerotin.
and contrast sclerotin.
But yeah, so it's got to be the same root word as like the sclera, which is the, if I remember correctly, the white part of our eyeball is the sclera. And there's also, it's got to be the same root word as in like sclerotic, which means like elderly to the point of like decrepitness or death. Yeah, here we go, the sclera. Here we go, the white part of the eye. At least that's how I've always understood it, yeah. But, sclerotic.
Sclerotic.
Oh, interesting. Maybe it means something slightly different than I thought. Becoming rigid and unresponsive, losing the ability to adapt. Okay. Huh. Like I've heard of much of the U.S. Congress described as sclerotic before.
Sclerotic.
Yeah. From the Greek, sclerosis, hardening. From scleros, hard. Figurative use, excessive resistance to change is by 1954. Okay, interesting. It seems this term was in much more widespread use in the early 20th century. Around the turn of the century, I'll say. Interesting. Yeah. But there you go, business father. Exactly. Lenina, yep. And Marika, yeah, go for it. Well, if it's on TikTok, it might... Sometimes when we do a YouTube upload afterward, when we put this VOD on YouTube, it doesn't like when we look at TikTok clips. Especially if there's copyrighted music. But, Discord upload. Yeah, go for it, Marika. There's another video that I want to watch that deals with this stuff, but... Anyway, we got to get through our Man-O-War video first. And then I'll also use this as an excuse to talk about leatherback turtles for a minute.
There isn't much information on the breeding habits of Portuguese men of war, but it's thought the reproductive zooids will all release either sperm or eggs into the water column at the same time.
Starby says, when encountering a new Greek word, I wonder if there's a dinosaur with that word in its name. Is there a Sclerosaurus or something like that? We do have sclerotic ossicles. That's what I immediately think of. So... These are the bones kind of in and around the eyeball. So we see this in modern dinosaurs, like this bird of prey here, this raptor. We see it in... Holy cow! Who is that in the middle there, chat? No, don't download, no. That's annoying when you go to look at an image and then it just downloads it to your hard drive. Not what I'm trying to do. Anyway.
Chet, who is that? Right in the middle there. Who is this? Pretty sure this is, well, it is for sure a colonioid turtle. Pretty sure that's this guy. Dermachelys coriacea. The leatherback turtle. Although maybe not, because look at that. There should be like a big embayment right here, posterior to the orbit. At least that's what that image shows. And I don't... This could be a different species of sea turtle. Here. It could be a green. Let's look. Alright, they do kind of have a more pronounced embayment there, but it might... No, that's not going to be a leatherback, because you also have this big fenestra over here. Unbounded fenestra, which I guess we would also call maybe an embayment. Is this a loggerhead? No, not a loggerhead. Who is that? Hello, Mini Pie. Could it be a flatback? No, that's a leatherback. Flatback seems... No, they don't have that either. It looks the most like a leatherback skull. Again, I'm confused by this right here. Maybe they're showing muscle here or something. It's covering up this part of the skull. Or maybe this is not even a sea turtle. Maybe this is a Galapagos tortoise or something. Shoot, I bet you it is. I don't know. I don't know my osteology of non-sea turtles well at all. Anyway, hello, Mini Pie. How are you doing? I'm tempted to bite your little ears. Do I dare? Unfazed. Yeah. You were napping when I got home. It's good to see you, Minnie. Mammal on mammal violence, you know? Yeah. What's the song? There's mammals on the streets using guns and knives, taking drugs in each other's lives. Aw, Mini Pie. Yeah, I gotta think about it. Think about it. Yeah. Aw. Anyway. Yeah. And hey, Wolvulus. Howdy, howdy. I hope you're having a good day. It's good to see you. Business Father says not a single violent thought in that fuzzy head. I mean, you're not wrong, but, you know, I feel like that's kind of a given. Sure, there's no violent thoughts in this fuzzy head. I think there's no thoughts in this fuzzy head in general. Huh, Minnie? Yeah. Oh. Yeah, you are blissfully unconcerned. Huh. Huh. It's good to see you, Mini Pie. She just had, like, probably an 8-hour nap. Now you want some cuddles, huh? Yeah.
and she sees a bird, maybe mare space, we'll see. Or a mouse, or, yeah, even a dwarf elephant. She'd be like, full of a bit of that. That elephant's about to be at. Oh, Mini Pie. Yeah. Would you eat an elephant if it were small enough? You probably would try. You'd probably try. Yeah, I think so. All of that. Clear, exactly, yeah. Alright, you want some treats? Yeah? Is it time to pay the landlord? Okay, okay. Let's make that happen. What we got over here? Oh, what's all this? What's all this set? Compliments of the chef. Ooh, look at this. My goodness. What a dish. Oh, good stuff. Good vintage Nanko business from last year. And it's I'm glad you like her bow. Yeah. You know, it's for Valentine's Day, and you're still wearing it, huh? Good stuff. Brought back an invasive rat once. Is there any other kind, Callie Kong? In most places around the world, most of the rats are invasive. But good for him, picking off those endangered species. Oh, excuse me. No, not an invasive species. Opposite. Opposite. Look, these crumbs here. You're not gonna eat these? Look. They're good. Okay. No, this is why I have cleaning materials here. There we go. Okay. You've been given a keep the change on your rent payment. I guess so, Rocks, yeah. Usually it's the payee who says keep the change. Anyway, let's finish out this video on Man of War and I'm talking about leatherback turtles.
Ooids will all release either sperm or eggs into the water column at the same time, and the eggs will become fertilized externally. In size, the Portuguese man-of-war's sail can grow to be a foot long and about half a foot tall. Their stinging tentacles have been recorded up to 165 feet.
Shoot! Look at that, chat. I mean, holy cow. I bet most of you don't have stinging tentacles that are that long. That's impressive, you know? Gotta give props to the man of war.
In length, though 30 feet is the average length. For more facts on Portuguese men of war, check out the links in the description. Give a thumbs up if you learned something new today, and thank you for watching Animal Fact Files.
Good stuff. Here is a link to that video there. Yeah. Anyway, this is a creature that has a reputation for being quite deadly, to the point where, oh, shoot, yeah, take a look at this. I like the jaunty nautical music. And did I hear some creaking noises in there? Did they do some Foley art here, making like ship noises? I think they did.
It's a steady course through the waves.
Yep, they totally did. That's really funny. I mean, you gotta love this Blue Planet with England's true king, David Attenborough. This is maybe not the most exciting animal to film, you know, not the most outwardly charismatic. So they got to gussy it up a little bit, but they've done that in a clever way. I like it. I like it, you know? Riveted, says Retro Ocho. Yeah. Yeah. Look at that. Holy cow. There we go. So we were talking about these guys earlier. Oh, this is different from what I thought it was. I didn't know they looked like that. Uh-oh. Watch out, fish. Don't go in there. Shoot. R.I.P. that fish. Wow. Yowza. Not a good way to go. Huh. Darn. Man. Here's a link right there to this video from Blue Planet. And Man of War fish. Thank you, Starmie. I bet you there's multiple species. Yeah, interesting. Huh. Feeding on its tentacles and gonads. You know, it's a living. Interesting. Anyway. So, Men of War have a reputation for being pretty tough customers. Even being downright deadly. But there is one animal that delights in eating them. Sometimes more or less whole. And apparently apparently there are multiple species that do this. Here. I think this might be an older video. Wrong. It's obnoxious.
Yeah, so don't go and entangle yourself. Man or fish. Ugh. Yeah. Yowza. Ugh. Baby sea turtle. Whoa. Very cool. Oh yeah, a nudibranch. Oh yeah. Yowza. Wow. Pretty darn cool.
Wow, it's not the dinosaur we knew. Just look at that thing. It's not going to be friendly to us.
Thank you, Werewolf Cast, for the 5 months.
Have you been enjoying all the unicorn Spinosaurus art that has been coming out?
I have been. We've been looking at that a little bit over the past 2 days. Past 2 streams, I should say. But, yeah, it's been good. It's been good. And so does the monarch butterfly thing. Yeah, Ariana Celestine, the, one creature's poison becomes another creature's food. I mean, here's another example of that, famously. There are people who feed on the poison from this creature. And for the most part, it doesn't really, well, you have too much of it and it'll definitely harm you. But yeah. Anyway, thank you, Werewolf Cast, for the 5 months of support. I really appreciate you keeping me here online for as long as you have. Thank you for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. And Dr. Irrefutable says, is the leatherback immune to the venom of these animals? It is, apparently, and I think we still don't really understand why. It's mysterious. So leatherback turtles will feed on lots of different stinging gelatinous zooplankton. So here is a leatherback just chowing down on, is that a cannonball jelly? So again, man-o-war are not a kind of jelly. They are different kinds of organisms. They're not closely related, but they are functionally similar, I guess. And actually, that might even be a man-o-war. The tentacles don't really look like jelly tentacle. I could be wrong, but that almost looks more like a man-o-war than it does like a jelly. What a cool video. What an amazing animal, you know? Yeah. How cool is that? Then probably just ate the most nutritious bits and was like, I'm not really going to bother with the rest of this. As messy as mini pie, exactly, Claire, yeah. Very cool. Here's a link to this video. Anyhow, yeah. And there you go, Trek Nerd. Good for you. such cool animals. They really are. Why don't we get into the topic that I wanted to discuss today? I feel like this might be a good time for it. This video was brought to my attention yesterday morning, and I said, this is right up my alley. As somebody who does science outreach full-time, my whole job is to try and educate people about the history of life on Earth, about the fossil record, about dinosaurs in particular. And dinosaurs have a certain kind of appeal, a certain kind of charisma, a certain kind of je ne sais quoi that the general public really responds to. So in many ways, dinosaurs are kind of an ambassador animal for the world of science. There are so many different people who they first get interested in dinosaurs, and that later leads to maybe even a career in different knowledge fields like science, in literature, in law, in philosophy, and whatever. History, library science. There's so many different people who think for a living, and that directly stems from a childhood interest in dinosaurs. It's like there are many, many people who first fell in love with the idea of learning because of dinosaurs. So I think dinosaurs hold tremendous utility for making the world a better place, getting people to enjoy thinking, you know? With that being the case, I'm always really interested to hear what random people in the real world think about dinosaurs. And whatever misperceptions they might have, this is the sort of thing that's really useful for me to know as a full-time science communicator. This is me keeping my finger on the pulse of what people think about these critters. What that means about their overall understanding or lack of understanding about science. And there you go, Starby. Yeah. Starby says, I'm one of them. I learned about dinosaurs when I was 4, I think. Now I'm a historian and working in the archives. Dinosaurs were to me the gateway to the sciences. There you go. Yeah. Anyway, let's take a look at this video here. I don't think there's cuss words in it. It is, unfortunately, a YouTube short, so the format is all wonky. I hate YouTube shorts. But it'll work. Some of you are already going to be familiar with this. Where, I don't know who these people are, but this is like a show that I've seen numerous clips of. And the premise is they have like a short interview with often a prominent person, and it's done on the New York City subway system. So there's a little microphone that they have clipped to a Metro card here. And, is that still a thing? Do they still use Metro cards in New York City? They haven't switched to, like, I don't know, a phone app or something like that? We have that here in the Bay Area where you just use your phone. Or a debit card and just tag on, tag off when you get on or off the train. Anyway. I can't throw any shade. The NYC subway is a 24/7 system. And my beloved, BART, Bay Area Rapid Transit, it closes up shop by midnight every night. Someday I hope to live in a world, in a Bay Area, where the BART trains run 24/7. I don't live in that world yet, but someday. Anyway, here, this guy wants to talk about dinosaurs, and this is really amusing because he doesn't really know a lot about dinosaurs. But pay attention to just kind of the wonder in his voice when he mentions dinosaurs. you know?
So what's your take?
We need to be talking about dinosaurs way more.
100% agree.
You think?
I agree too. I think the world would be a better place if more people talked about dinosaurs more often, you know? But this kind of goes in weird sideways directions here. And that's what I want to discuss.
Think about them all the time when you're a little kid. It's wasted on the youth. We need to stop telling kids about dinosaurs, and you need to wait until you're like 18, because then you would be able to take it seriously.
I think I disagree with this take. Because when kids are, when people turn 18, they tend to be pretty cynical. This is the thing, like when you talk to teachers and people who are, their job is to get kids interested in science. They say the best time to do that is like up until about 6th grade here in the States. So age what, like 11, something like that? Because it's around the time that kids hit puberty that their interest in learning often kind of nosedives. And suddenly, all of that, like, childhood wonder is gone, and kids can become cliquey and cynical and nasty, and they're so much more concerned with what their peers think than anything else, that, like, if they somehow get the idea that being interested in a topic, like for instance science or dinosaurs, if they think that that is somehow uncool, they will absolutely drop that and never pick it up again. So yeah. So I don't know, I like the idea that dinosaurs can be used to teach kids about science early on. And hopefully, if they learn enough about dinosaurs and about the fossil record and about the history of life on Earth early on, once they get through those prickly adolescent years, they can still remember that joy and wonder that came from dinosaurs when they were a kid, and they can return to that, you know? That's my thinking here. So I think I disagree with this take pretty vehemently. Trek Nerd says lifetime passions start young. Silly person. I mean, maybe. And Caldrex says dinosaurs are the one thing that we're taught as kids where as adults they're still real. So much other stuff turns out to be fake. Let us have dinosaurs. I agree. Werewolfcast says luckily I never went through the EU learning phase. I never did either. Yeah. I think that attitude might be overrepresented here in our chat. If you're the sort of person who is here, you know, watching a paleontology live stream broadcast, chances are you still love to learn. And you never... Chances are you're not representative of the overall population in general. You're probably... Well, let's face it, Chad. You're special, you know? Something special about you. Chances are. Yeah. There you go, Harry Betch, yeah. Nerds, and that's the thing. Astro Troygar says nerds. I mean... I want to make it very clear that not all scientists are nerds, you know? Just like not every musician is a band geek or whatever. I'm not using these terms in a disparaging way. If people are proud of that label, nerd or geek, awesome, you know? I don't necessarily like identify with those terms, primarily because I want to try and emphasize to people that science takes all different types, you know? If you want to be a scientist, like, I have colleagues in the sciences who are I don't know, sports geeks and science jocks and band preps and just like the world is a rich tapestry, and that's also true of the sciences. I have paleontologist friends who fit lots of different descriptions, and I want to make that, I want to emphasize that, you know? So yeah. But yeah. And Mayor Spaces, as a homeschooler, I never had any friends who tried to act cool around me by flaunting my awesome aloofness. Interesting. Okay. Oh, I never had any friends who try and act cool around. Oh, I see what you mean, Mayor Space. So, like, since you weren't in this, you know, social Lord of the Flies-esque milieu in school, you weren't surrounded by mean girls and boys. There was something positive to be said about homeschool on that front, for sure. Yeah. Anyhow, yeah. Not all asthmatics are nerds. Exactly, Lenina. Yeah. yeah. Anywho, let's continue. In fact, let's start over. We got 15 seconds in. Let's recap, because we've got new people here like Zach.
So what's your take?
Yeah.
We need to be talking about dinosaurs way more.
100% agree.
You think about them all the time when you're a little kid. It's wasted on the youth.
I think it doesn't have to be an either or. I think it's really cool that many kids are interested in dinosaurs. I think the world would be a better place if more people thought and talked about dinosaurs as adults, too. You know? Yeah. No passion is wasted, sheesh, says Trek Nerd. I mean, yeah. And Rakadactylus says, I interpret that sentence to mean it's wasted that we think of it only as for the youth. I like that perspective, Reiko. Okay, yeah. It's kind of like when we were at TwitchCon. And I was in the audience for that panel on conservation science and conservation streaming. And Shark Geek and Casey Snowart were on that. Can I find that? But was that recorded? Is it up on YouTube? There we go, Casey Snow. TwitchCon. Maybe not. If anyone has a link to that video of the panel, you should search panel without a semicolon, see if that works. No, shoot. Anyway, they had a Q&A at the end of the panel, and like nobody else in the audience was raising their hands. And like it started to get a little awkward for a second, so I'm like, okay, I got a question. And here's a tip, chat. Anytime that like you're in the audience at a Q&A session like this, nobody's got any questions. Rather than letting that awkward silence linger, raise your hand and ask, what do you think are the biggest misconceptions about whatever it is the thing that they're talking about? Because that's always good fodder for conversation. So that's what I asked there, and Casey brought up that one misconception that she's encountered repeatedly, she's always been really confused by, is that people think somehow that conservation is a thing for kids. We'd be like, oh, the vaquita porpoise. Oh, yeah. You know? What a good thing for kids. Or, you know, it's important for kids to have a cause. Like, it's not just a kids thing, you know? It's similar with this, you know? I guess I could, if I kind of stand on my head and squint, I could kind of see where that misconception comes from. It's like every time I go to the zoo, I'm hoping to go to the zoo tomorrow morning if I have time before stream. Just walk around for a while and see some critters. You don't see a lot of, like, just unaccompanied grown-ups walking around the zoo oftentimes, unless they work there, you know? It's usually parents with kids, or in, you know, like the San Francisco Zoo, it'll be a lot of nannies with wealthy children. So there is almost an idea that, like, oh yeah, you know, who really cares about animals? Kids care about animals, I guess. What?
What?
I hate the idea that so many adults in our world are, maybe they were interested in animals or in dinosaurs, you know, when they were a kid. But then later they just kind of get that passion and that enthusiasm just beaten out of them by society, you know? Because in our world, you're forced to work a job most of the time in a place you don't want to be in order to be able to pay bills that you don't want to have to, like, there's that, and then there's also, you're encouraged to work harder and harder to make more money so that you can afford more objects, and people are just chasing these things, and it ends up just making them miserable in the long run, you know? This consumerism like this, it grinds people down, and it, in many cases, kind of robs them of their humanity. You get extreme cases of this in, like, billionaires, people who, it's like they've fallen victim to a disease where everything they do is geared toward just greater and greater accumulation of wealth that they clearly don't enjoy. But it's like they can't help it, you know? It's like some sort of fungus has taken over their brain, and that's all they can do now, you know? Anyway, I wish people were passionate about things. I wish that there was more room for that in society. I guess that's what I'm saying, you know? Yeah. Anyhow. It's social conditioning. Absolutely, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Yeah. And there you go, Ricadactylus, yeah. Yeah. That hierarchical thinking, it is like a brain disease. Ugh. Yeah. And Itzfleur says, as a kid, the world seems more hopeful. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, in many ways, I think a lot of kids are kind of shielded from harsh realities in the world. And that's by design, you know? You don't want kids to be crying all the time. You want to protect them. I think that's noble. But the idea that, like, adults become so cynical and jaded and just ground down that they have difficulty finding joy in things, like, that's sad, you know? Anyway, yeah. Anyhow. Caldrax says they're already crying all the time. Yeah, kids, a lot of kids do cry a lot. It's true. People don't want to admit. And Golganek says, I guess that's why people would look at me a little weird when I used to be at the zoo, especially when I would sit and enjoy a single animal for a while. Golganek, I've found a remedy to that. As, again, as a white-passing cishet male with a beard, like, sometimes people look at me a little askance in certain situations, like, what are you doing here, random beardo guy? I found that if I have a pair of binoculars with me when I'm at the zoo, or sometimes even better yet, a sketchbook, just quick sketches of the animals, you go from being like an object of suspicion to like, oh dude, look, that guy's an artist, you know? It's really interesting how just one little accoutrement like that can make a big difference in the way that people perceive you. You know? Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says, I would think binoculars would be even more suspicious, but maybe I'm just weird. I mean, the binoculars that I have, I've got a nice leather strap on them, so they look like something that a birder would use, you know? I don't know. And I always recommend just bringing binoculars to the zoo so you can actually see the animals. You get so much out of that, you know? Like when a bunch of people are standing by the
Let's
tiger.
protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Canvos, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Holy moly. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thank you for your support. Enjoy the emotes. Enjoy not having to watch any ads for the next month. Or next month for as long as you stay subscribed. Thank you for helping me continue to do science outreach here. I appreciate it. Binoculars. Binoculars can majorly improve your zoo going experience, you know? But right, because like when a lot of people are just like crowded up and they're like all trying to get a peek of a tiger, you can move a little bit away from the crowd, maybe stand on a bench, and get a better view of that tiger than anybody else by looking through the binoculars and like you can count the whiskers, you can look at the eye color, you can see those teeth close up. It just, to me at least, it dramatically improves my experience at the zoo, you know? You get a cool perspective. And so it kind of astonishes me that more people don't bring binoculars to the zoo. I guess a lot of people don't own a pair of binoculars. Fair enough. I've got multiple. I don't know. I love that kind of thing. Yeah. There are spaces I use a zoom lens on my camera. There you go. Yeah. And Convo says, thank you. I've tuned in the last few streams. It was high time I made a contribution. Paleo salute to that, Canvos. Thank you for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. Anyhow. Take a telescope if you're feeling a little piratey. I mean, I've literally brought a spotting scope to the zoo before. I got a really decent one that was on sale not too long ago. Let's see if I can find that. Oh man, yeah. No, this thing is great. I think it was about $100, which is not the cheapest thing in the world, but holy cow, is it worth it. Really high-powered spotting scope. And I have a tripod for it that I literally found the tripod on the side of the road. But it compacts down really. Here, let me go get it and I'll show you. Hang on. Yeah, here's the spotting scope. Yeah. So it's not that big. But really high powered. And here's the tripod. Right here. I'm guessing it may have been kind of expensive when somebody purchased it, but again, it was like on the side of the road, sitting on top of some garbage bags. Yeah, but it extends out pretty far. Pretty decent. So, yeah. It had a museum sticker on it. like one of those stickers that you get when you pay admission to a museum. It was for like a Dutch art museum, right there. So I kind of wonder whether like a European tourist got mugged, like had their backpack stolen, and then parts of it were like dumped on the side of the road. I don't know. But I was really lucky to be able to find. I'm giving it a good home, you know? Yeah. Maybe leftover loot. That's kind of the impression I got, Claire, but yeah. Anyhow. But yeah, had a little sticker for like a Dutch art museum right there. It's pretty. Oh, there you go, net negative. Yeah, yeah, good stuff. It could be Snow Duchy. Yeah, yeah. Although I don't know if it would have been a pee break. Like this is in the middle of Oakland, California. It's right next to Fruitvale Avenue, which is a major thoroughfare. If somebody's stopping to pee there, they must have been pretty desperate. Yeah. And Cirque says that certainly looks like a high-end tripod. It's very lightweight. It's not the strongest materials. Like there's still a lot of plastic clasps and stuff, but it's decent for what it is, you know. Yeah. And there you go, Snow Duchy. Yeah. Anyway. Let's get back to this video. We managed to get how many seconds in? 10 seconds in. Let's start it over from the beginning, why don't we? Told you this is going to take a while. It'll be a good springboard for discussion here. Come on, YouTube Shorts. Okay.
So what's your take?
We need to be talking about dinosaurs way more.
100% agree.
You think about them all the time when you're a little kid. It's wasted on the youth. We need to stop telling kids about dinosaurs, and you need to wait until you're like 18, because then you would be able to take it seriously. Dinosaurs are insane.
Dinosaurs are mythical creatures.
I see what he means here. Obviously, they're real animals. They're not mythical creatures. But they have, in the popular imagination, a similar kind of feeling to mythical creatures, you know? Which is something that I've been fascinated to see in the last couple years. Lordy has a niece and nephew who are, I think, 6 years old and 4 years old, respectively. The nephew, the younger one, really interested in dinosaurs. He loves dinosaurs. The niece, not so much. So anytime that people get them a gift for Christmas or something like that, or some holiday, you need to get a gift for both of them, right? It's always, here's a dinosaur for him, here's a unicorn for her. And oftentimes it'll be like the same product line. It'll be like, here's a manufacturer that makes little plastic models that come with paints. So it's the same company. They have a dinosaur one, and they have a unicorn one. It is similar in the sense that, you know, outside of birds, we're not walking around and seeing dinosaurs in our daily lives. They feel like a mythical creature because it's not something that you encounter in a given day. Unless you're going to the Museum of Paleontology, like I did this morning. You're not seeing these animals walk around. There is a certain degree of like majesty and mystery and almost like mysticism about these critters. So I understand this. Dinosaurs are almost like mythical creatures. I get that, you know? Yeah. Oh, and exactly, Caldrax. Yeah. I'm glad that you typed that out. I think I kind of came to that same thing too just a minute ago. That's what makes them so special to us, I guess. I think that's a big part of it. Yeah. Retro Roadshow says no human has ever seen a living one. We only have remains, legends, and now science. Well, I mean, nearly everyone does see living dinosaurs every single day. If you look out the window and see a bird, that is a dinosaur. But outside of birds, yes, you are absolutely correct. And this is one of these things that I think about a lot as a paleontologist, where I think a lot of folks don't have the opportunity to see real dinosaur fossils very often. Maybe ever. And so, because they don't have that first-hand experience, it is almost within the realm of myth or legend to them, you know? It's almost on the same playing field as like a unicorn or something like that. It's like these, you know, dinosaurs and mythical creatures almost occupy the same space in people's brains. If that makes sense. So yeah. James Gurney does them like that. It's true, Ms. Art Rules, yeah. Yeah, the whole Dinotopia series is kind of, that's almost the premise. It's like, let's treat dinosaurs almost as mythical creatures, in a sense. Like, there is a certain, like, utopian kind of... Here, I'll show you. Right there on the cover, Dinotopia. Almost like a whimsical illustration of like, oh, people riding a rhinoceros or a dragon or something. Here's real animals, a Triceratops and a Parasaurolophus, you know? Yeah. But I think what makes this compelling is the stupendous artwork by James Gurney and the authenticity of the dinosaurs in it. So he's reconstructing these as real animals rather than some sort of mythical creature. You know? That's what makes this so cool, is this... It feels believable, you know? Yeah. There's something that feels familiar, real, juxtaposed with something that feels slightly alien. And I think that's what makes it compelling, you know? Dinotopia is great. And hey, Andrew Miller's here in the chat. How you doing, Andrew? You brought these one. Good to see ya. Here, I missed you earlier. Andrew says, I showed a guy I worked with a dinosaur tooth, and his response was, what? Dinosaurs really existed? I get that response all the time when I'm traveling, Andrew, especially like, I mean, getting back to our video here, I think as a scientist, it's important to take public transit when you can, because you might encounter people that you wouldn't have otherwise if you're just driving everywhere in a private car, you know? When I went to Berkeley Museum, when I went to the museum in Berkeley this morning, when I went to UCMP, you know, I walk to the bus station, I get on the bus, I take the bus to the train station, and take the train into Berkeley. And like, sometimes people strike up conversations with me, you know? If I'm looking at some printed out papers on dinosaurs or something, or if I'm reading a book or whatever, sometimes somebody asks me about it, and the conversations I have, it's a nice kind of like reality check sometimes. If you want to know what people in the general public are thinking, you know, it can be a really useful exercise. There's like a cross-section of humanity there that you might not encounter in a museum, you know? I want all different kinds of people to show up at a museum and learn about fossil science, but like, let's be real about this. Not everybody thinks that going to a museum is like their idea of a good time, you know? When I lived in Bozeman, when I worked at the auto parts store there as a delivery driver, I think I had one coworker during my whole tenure there, use the word tenure very loosely, who had ever been to Museum of the Rockies. Everybody was aware that it was there, and it's like the biggest attraction in that town, but like a lot of people just don't think of themselves as museum people. And that's kind of who we need to be reaching as paleontologists for doing outreach. How do we get people to show up at the museum who would not normally think of attending, you know? Because these are the same people who, they go, wait, hang on. Dinosaurs are real? You know? Because let's face it, they're getting most of their information from TV and movies. It reminds me of that story that Tiff told me. She's a ranger at Dinosaur National Monument. Here we go.
Very cool.
A nice chat with her.
Or
on stream
tomato
a few
potato.
years back.
You know? But yeah, that's a debate right now. Did they have an ovipositor like that? Kind of like, I think sea turtles might have something like that.
But why wouldn't they? I mean, they were so much higher up than
Anyway, she was telling me a story that's always stuck with me. She was there at the fossil wall, and she saw...
This is it.
Oh, hang on.
This is the horizon, which
Fedorosaur.
marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Thank you for the raid.
Below this level, and out in here, there are
Fedorosaur
dinosaur
and their
fossils.
raiders have stumbled
Above
below
this
that
level,
level.
in these rocks,
Let's
there are
talk
no dinosaur
dinosaurs.
fossils. So I'm actually standing on the level that marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Welcome, welcome, Fedorosaur and Raiders. Thank you, Purple Yoda 99 for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologism.
Science is whatever we want it to be.
Thank you, Fedorosaur, for the 53 months of support. Holy cow. Really appreciate that. Tiff told me a story that's always stuck with me. She said that one day, I think it was pretty early on during her time at Dinosaur National Monument. She's been there for years and years. There is a visitor that she encountered there. Kind of an older gentleman. And he was sitting on a bench, and he was just like hunched over, and he was weeping. Just crying and crying. And she walked over to him and she goes, "Hello, sir, are you okay? Is there anything that I can do for you? Is there anything wrong?" And he said, like, "Oh my God, they're real." She goes, what do you mean?" He goes, "Dinosaurs. They're real?" And it turns out that apparently he was from Hawaii. And this is like one of his first trips to the mainland ever. And he kind of stumbled his way into Dinosaur National Monument. And I guess thought it was interesting. When he was living in Hawaii, he apparently had been there when they were filming some of the scenes for Jurassic Park. And he kind of worked peripheral to the film crew or something like that. And must have thought, oh, you know, big Hollywood movie about monsters or whatever. You know, it's just Hollywood magic. Never really thought much about it. You know, in any greater detail or depth than that. And then here he is at Dinosaur National Monument seeing dinosaur fossils there in the big quarry wall. And suddenly he's confronted with the reality of these animals. Here they are. He's looking at them. Here's their bones. Still in the ground after 145 million years. And it was mind-blowing to him. I mean, it was like his whole world just expanded dramatically. Suddenly, he had to think about himself in part of this larger context. you know, millions upon millions of years of life on this planet. And here's these bones of these incredible animals that he assumed were like, I guess, a Hollywood invention. But here they are. They're real, like, just the sheer awe and wonder from that just hit him in a massive wave, and he was just weeping. But they were like tears of joy. I think about that story all the time. That's the power of paleontology, you know? Wasn't he a set builder or something like that? I have no idea, Claire. I'm trying very hard not to invent details here. It'd be great to interview Tiff about that. Like, if I ever go back to Dinosaur National Monument to do a live stream, which I hope to sometime. But yeah. Anyway, Fedorasaur, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Good stuff. I hope you had an excellent stream. And Stego Stampede. Oh, nice, Amphileon. We've got some Stegosaur emotes here, don't we? There we go. Yeah. And we've got Diplodocid sauropods. Ceratopsids. Hadrosaurs, Parasaurolophus. Spinosaurs like Baryonyx, even Sinosauropteryx if you subscribe to Tier 2. Anyway, yeah. Oh. MJ Bills, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Holy cow. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you.
MJ Bills just changed things with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you, MJ Builds. Thank you also for supporting Science streams. That's really important. Valent and Lita are doing excellent science outreach. Let's get another shout out for them. And I'm proud to share this platform with them. Holy cow. Good friends of mine. I appreciate that, MJ Builds. Thank you for your generosity. Valent and Lita and the little ones, yeah. And the cats, too. Good stuff. Anyway. Fossils. They're important, you know? There's such a source of not just scientific knowledge, but amazement and wonder and joy for the general public. And I think that's kind of what we see reflected in this video, which I am now going to restart again.
So what's your take? We need to be talking about dinosaurs way more.
100% agree.
You think about them all the time when you're a little kid. It's wasted on the youth. We need to stop telling kids about dinosaurs, and you need to wait until you're like 18, because then you would be able to take it seriously.
I don't agree with that take. I think kids should learn about dinosaurs, and I think adults should too. I know I'm pausing in the same spot that I was, but I have something else to say about this. So forgive me. But I do think that Instagram. This is annoying because I can't embiggen the image that's on Instagram. Here we go. Here's one from Facebook. Okay. I think this is a really important point. I think it is really important to teach kids about dinosaurs because they're a great kind of springboard for teaching a lot of different scientific concepts. We're talking about deep time. We're talking about geology, how rocks are laid down. We're talking about scientific field work. Like, the only reason why we know anything at all about Mesozoic dinosaurs is because of science, you know? It's an abstract concept. It's really important to teach kids. But I think there's another thing that doesn't get discussed enough when we're talking about or thinking about kids being obsessed with dinosaurs. It's that to a certain kind of kid, dinosaurs are immensely empowering. I'll put it this way. If you're a kid who really loves dinosaurs, then you're kind of teaching yourself how to learn about an arcane subject. But it also gives you a tremendous feeling of power. And kids often feel powerless. They often are powerless, you know? But it can help you feel a little bit grown up, I think, in a really healthy way when you're learning about dinosaurs. Because here's a subject where if you take the time to learn about it, you know more than your parents do about this. You know more about this than pretty much all of the grown-ups in your whole life. To be able to teach grown-ups about a subject, think about how powerful that feels to a child. I think that's really important, you know? That teaches kids that not only is learning fun, but it feels really good. And it can also kind of give you a sense for what's true and what's not. Because oftentimes grown-ups will try and tell you things about dinosaurs and they don't really know what they're talking about. But if you're a kid who's read a bunch of dinosaur books, you start to gain an understanding of what these critters are all about. And you can kind of call BS on the grown-ups. I think that's a really important part of development for a lot of people. Bola Heavy Rock says that was totally me as a kid. It was me too. Yeah. So yeah. And Lenita says dinosaurs inherently inspire kids to start asking the right questions. It's magical. It kind of is, you know? I want to write a paper about this at some point. I'd probably have to team up with like a psychologist or a cognitive scientist. Maybe Ray Kadakoulis would be interested in co-authoring a paper on this if we could figure out some meaningful way of gathering data on this. But I think that's something that's still not talked about enough, is that dinosaurs are empowering to kids, you know? It's interesting to think about. Yeah. Anywho, and Furry-Fied Artist says, well, it's someone that talks about dinosaurs? Well, yeah, I don't just talk about dinosaurs, Well, here, let me play a little channel trailer for you to introduce you to what we're all about here. And I will use this opportunity to go use the little paleontologist room. I will be right back.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs. A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur. I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. There you go. That's what we're all about here. Welcome, welcome. We're in the middle of a conversation about what makes dinosaurs special and why they're kind of important to society. Apart from just, you know, the basic benefits of scientific research. I think dinosaur science has an outsized impact on, well, it has tremendous utility in getting people interested in science in general. And getting people to think in a more scientific way. in a lot of ways, this is why creationists are so upset about dinosaurs, because dinosaurs kind of explode their whole thing, you know? Dinosaurs demonstrate the folly of believing in a young Earth and believing that living things don't change over time, that evolution doesn't occur. It's like everything that creationists are about, dinosaurs kind of destroy it. But yeah, anywho. Yeah. I did wash my hands, Crimson, of course. Anyway. And then Kylo Ryza. Where do I know that name from? Shoot. It means fused. It's a non-dinosaur critter, right? Enchylorhiza. Is it an invertebrate? What is Enchylorhiza? Oh, yeah. It's an odontocead whale. I think I might even have a lower jaw from this critter printed out, or at least a close relative. I think I have Coronodon. But yeah, Enchylorhiza. Cool critter. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. What does it sound like? Ghost Riders? That's exactly the song MJ built. What do you mean? Yeah. Good song. Anyway, let's continue with that video here, shall we? I'm gonna restart it again.
So what's your take?
We need to be talking about dinosaurs way more.
100% agree.
You think about them all the time when you're a little kid. It's wasted on the youth. We need to stop telling kids about dinosaurs, and you need to wait until you're like 18, because then you would be able to take it seriously. Dinosaurs.
I disagree with this, but I kind of see where he's coming from. I feel like if I had an opportunity to chat with this guy, I think we could come to an agreement.
Are insane.
Dinosaurs are mythical creatures.
First of all, are dinosaurs even real?
You see where this is sort of all over the place, and why I said this might take several hours to discuss today. Yeah. And furry fine artist. I'm dinosaur obsessed more than a dinosaur nerd, like something like that. Oh, cool. Well, it's good to have you here, furry fine artist. I saw that you followed the other day. Welcome. It's good to see you here in the chat. Yeah. And Snowdenchi says it's also short form content. It's going to be all over the place. That's why, for me, it's a little painful to watch. I'm not a fan of TikTok or YouTube Shorts. I want to enjoy them, and I kind of just can't. It's like stuff is just hitting me in the face the whole time. Like, hang on, slow down. This hurts my attention span. It's like the opposite of Twitch in that sense, you know? I'm sorry your power went out, Claire. Shoot. I hope that gets resolved soon. Yeah. And Valina, I agree. Yeah, I wish I could stretch this out so it's not portrait mode. But anyway.
Did they really happen? Or is it just like a made-up thing?
What's kind of wild is he's asking this question, like, are dinosaurs real?
Even real? Did they really
happen? Like, what a funny sentence construction here, you know? Did they really happen? Like, and it's kind of rich that this conversation is being had on the New York subway. There is particular relevance of the New York subway to fossil science. Because guess which museum happens to have its own dedicated subway stop? The American Museum of Natural History, which is one of the most prominent paleontology museums in the world. They've got their own subway stop there. And holy cow, they have a coelacanth on the wall there? That's so neat. Holy moly. A coelacanth mosaic? That is ultra cool. Holy moly. And there we go. There's a dinosaur fossil. Coelophysis right there on the wall. Again, I can't really embiggen this because it's Instagram. But, yeah. I think got a big ichthyosaur skeleton too. Or is that a mosasaur? Or is that an archaeocene whale? Hang on. Yeah. Super cool. And I always think of the old movie We're Back when I think of the Museum of Natural History. Interesting. Huh. But yeah. And Caldrax says a lot of these people are just doing a bit from their comedy sets. Oh, is this guy a comedian? I can't say I'm familiar with him. This guy, who I think is the host, or this guy who's doing the talking. Is he a comedian? I don't know him. His name might be Jack Coyne, if I'm using context clues here, because that's what this says here. Okay, yeah, I think that's him. Yeah, okay. Alright, alright. Yeah. But anywho, are they even real? Like, take the subway toward the 81st Street station. Go see him for yourself. Holy cow. This kid, brain retention. Gotcha, Casey. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Oh, we call it AMNH. That's, AMNH is the American Museum of Natural History in New York. It is one of the most prominent natural history museums, one of the most prominent fossil museums in the world. It's, here we go. Oh, sorry, that's loud.
Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. If you're new here, my name is Anna and I make New York City-based adventure videos spiked with love and positivity. Today, we are at the Museum of Natural History on the Upper West Side in Manhattan. In this video, I'm going to take you on a tour of the museum and show you what to expect during your visit. Alright, let's get going. The American Museum of Natural History is located between 77th and 81st Streets on the Upper West Side of Manhattan. The main entrance is located at 79th Street. The Theodore Roosevelt Memorial Hall is the main ticketing lobby.
Here.
Open daily from 10 a.m. to
Check that
5:30 p.m., except for Thanksgiving and Christmas Day. The museum offers many different ticketing options. As a resident of New York, New Jersey, or Connecticut, tickets are pay as you wish unless you choose to visit a ticketed exhibition.
Hang on. New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut? Is that what tri-state area means? Huh. I guess that makes sense. Yeah. Those are all adjacent. I've also heard the tri-state area to refer to Montana and North and South Dakota. And I like to use it to refer to California, Hawaii, and Alaska. You know, the tri-state area. Anyhow.
Around 5 million people visit the museum each year. This is the largest natural history museum in the world.
Yeah.
The entire museum.
Well, not the largest in terms of specimens, but I think the largest in terms of footprint. And that might not be true anymore because I know in China they're building a ton of museums all the time, and I bet you they've got a larger museum in China nowadays. I wouldn't be surprised.
The museum spans 4 city blocks and consists of 25 interconnected buildings. The museum was founded in 1869. The museum scientists studied the diversity of Earth species, life in the ancient past, and the universe.
Stegosaurus, yeah.
The museum contains 45 exhibition halls displaying a portion of the institution's 32 million specimens and artifacts, such as plants, animals,
There's a plesiosaur
fossils,
there.
minerals, rocks, and human
Somebody
cultural
talked about
artifacts.
plesiosaurs earlier.
Many species are displayed in lifelike vertebrates in the world. It has 6 halls that tell the story of vertebrate evolution.
AMNH is an amazing place. It really is. Like, again, one of the world's greatest fossil museums is right there in New York City. And, like, I really can't emphasize that heavily enough. People who live in New York City, or in the tri-state area, I guess, are incredibly lucky to have this right there in their backyard. We've got a lot of people in chat right now who are very jealous.
For geology buffs,
Here's a link to this video, but I just want to emphasize that, like, if you are a New Yorker, you have what many people would call the greatest natural history museum in the world right there in your town. Which makes it kind of weird that, you know, this guy is asking this. First of all...
Are dinosaurs even real?
I mean, go see them! They're right there! They're literally, like, you're on the subway. You can take it right there to the museum. They have a station there. Ugh.
Did they really happen? Or is it just like a made-up thing?
I don't know.
They were in the same category as ghosts. Like, it's like a Halloween thing. Like, why do so many people think the Earth is flat, but nobody's questioning dinosaurs?
Oh, boy. What do I even say? There's not that many people who actually think that the Earth is flat. I think a lot of people are just kind of like cosplaying online. But those same exact people also don't believe in dinosaurs. That's the thing, is that if you have a conversation with somebody who claims to be a flat earther, usually they're just kind of trolling. But part of that act is also they disbelieve in dinosaurs, and it is a thing. Yeah. And I'm not getting rage baited. I'm trying to use this as a springboard for discussion here about paleontology and society and misconceptions and all of this. Because here's the thing, is that this video, this short here, has... Can we tell how many likes it has, or how many views it has? I don't know, but it's got 6,200 comments, 166,000 thumbs ups. This is, like it or not, organic or not, the mainstream. YouTube has been pushing these shorts really obnoxiously, but they've been successful, and I'm sure there's a lot of bot comments in there, but there's a lot of real comments too, I'm sure. It's important to talk about these sorts of things sometimes, you know? Andrew says you're never going to make it through this video. I've got about an hour. We'll see. But yeah. Yeah. Cacklin Swerve says flat earthers can be found all around the globe, as they well know themselves. Yeah. To me, I think the whole, like, flat earth internet phenomenon, it is mostly people just kind of trying on an absurd belief for the fun of it, as like a thought experiment. I think it's how most people treat like conspiracy theories like that. It's just a like low stakes, cheeky kind of fun thing, you know? That's how they view it. And then the people who get really, really, really into it end up kind of having their brains destroyed and inevitably like, adopting Nazi beliefs. There is a video about this. I'm not going to show the whole thing, because there's a lot of cussing in it, but, that's not quite the vibe that we have here on this channel. But on channel 4, here we go. I guess that was all gas, no brakes before it was channel 4. Yeah, this was really interesting. Well, this guy, what's his name? Andrew Callahan, I think? He goes to a flat earth conference. And then the shocking thing about this is just about everybody he encounters wants to do freestyle raps on camera. And they start talking about Hitler in like a flattering way. It is nuts. But, I'll give you a link to it. But it's crazy in that, like, if you get into this sort of, not even fringe belief, it's like demonstrably false, bonkers stuff. It's crazy how much that dovetails with, like, Nazi ideology, you know? They're inseparable. If you're interested, watch that video and you'll see what I mean. It's nuts. Almost everybody he talks to starts talking about Hitler. So Kanye before Kanye says snake sucks? I mean, unironically, yes. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. But yeah. Yeah. And there you go, Marika. Yeah. Yeah. For COVID as well, it's... Yeah. It's kind of crazy how, like, conspiracy theory culture all kind of... It's like this big funnel, and it all goes down to, like, Nazi beliefs and anti-Semitism at the end of the day. All roads lead to that. It's nuts, you know? But anyway, so what does our comedian guy say here?
Like, why do so many people think the Earth is flat, but nobody's questioning dinosaurs?
They do. Like, the people who... If there's any people who earnestly believe that the Earth is flat, these are also people who claim to earnestly believe that dinosaurs aren't really near. I can prove it. Like, I can show you some evidence in this direction. What's that documentary called? Behind the Curve? Yeah. Really well-made documentary here. Here's a trailer.
First time I ever heard about flat earthers was, I think, when I was in space last. I can't believe I'm talking about this.
I was well versed in just about every conspiracy you can think of.
Chemtrails, 9/11.
Did you know they made up dinosaurs?
I completely saw.
See, whoa, hang on.
Conspiracy you can think of.
Chemtrails, 9/11.
Did you know they made up dinosaurs?
I think there might be a longer version of this clip in a different trailer, but yeah. So this is one of the guys who's like a leader of the Flat Earth movement on Facebook. And he has like a whole rant about how scientists made up dinosaurs in order to... And that's the thing, is that we can all laugh about this here. I think Twitch tends to attract people who are interested in technology and maybe know a thing or two about science. I'm guessing that since people are typing into the comment, you know, like typing into chat, Twitch is kind of more heavily skewed toward people who are maybe a little bit more... Again, I'm not trying to be snooty when saying this. Maybe a little bit more literate, a little bit more educated compared to the general public in aggregate. So we can look at this sort of thing and laugh, but on the internet, especially on places like YouTube Shorts, when you look at the comments there, you kind of get a better sense for, like, what is the temperature of the general public? What does your average guy on the bus think about cosmology, about Earth history, about dinosaurs? You know? Yeah. I catch up to the chat. Snowdenchi says, I'm not 100% sure my grandmother thinks dinosaurs are real. Uh-oh. Should talk to her. But I remember her essentially viewing it as something for children, i.e. toys and stuff. And yeah, I think that's something that we should be fighting against a little bit as paleontologists, as science educators. Dinosaurs have something of an inherent appeal to kids, but we should be careful not to think of dinosaurs as something that only appeals to kids. I'm tempted to go on a tangent right now about nightlife at museums and all of these programs for like getting young adults or younger adults, but people of drinking age interested in science. That's a whole thing that we could talk about, and I think it's interesting, and I think it's noble, and I think it's also a great way for museums to make money. But I'm going to resist that temptation for a minute and catch up with chat. Snowdenchi says, I'm definitely putting on my no spelling mistakes pants when I'm here. We appreciate that, Snowdenchi. We've noticed. Good grammar and syntax and spelling. Admirable. Caldrax, great graphic novel. Interesting Caldrax. Huh. Yeah. Yeah. Thus my budding interest began. There you go. Free fight artist. Yeah. Yeah. That's the thing, is that most people realize that dinosaurs are real and that something like that would be impossible to fake. Even creationists, for the most part. I have met a number of young Earth creationists who do use the old line like, oh, you know, Satan buried those bones in the ground to test our faith, and you can't fall for it, you know? Also, you shouldn't be reading books. Like, there are people out there who will say that, at least. Whether or not they actually believe it in their heart of hearts, I don't pretend to know. But for the most part, even like young Earth creationists will take dinosaurs and try and use them to their own ends. Ken Ham, way attacking dinosaurs back. So here we've got Ken Ham, one of Australia's worst exports, who's, I guess, stealing a dinosaur from... I love how everything is labeled here. From the world, which is a big, regal-looking palatial building with big Ionic columns here. Are these Ionic or Dorian columns? I don't actually know off the top of my head. Somebody in chat will know. Big scrolls? Could be even Corinthian. I don't know. Anyway, point is, he's taking a dinosaur from the world and gonna load it into the Creation Museum truck and snipping off a big tag that says evolution and millions of years. I mean, this is what young Earth creationists try to do with dinosaurs. Little do they know that this sort of thing always backfires. Ionic columns. Thank you, Starman. Yeah. It always backfires because when people like Ken Ham put dinosaurs into a creation museum like this, they're trying to kind of feed on the popularity of dinosaurs and trying to get more people in the doors with the promise of dinosaurs. But the thing is, if any of those kids visiting are really interested in dinosaurs, and they pursue that interest, it will 1,000,000% lead them toward actual science. This is such a losing strategy for creationists, and I don't really understand why they haven't learned that yet. Like, they are shooting themselves in the foot here by using dinosaurs as a selling point for their museum, because dinosaurs are against everything that they are trying to promote. Because they can't portray dinosaurs in an interesting light. If you're a young Earth creationist and you're trying to get people to visit your, like, propaganda museum with the promise of dinosaurs, the dinosaurs just kind of have to be window dressing, you know? You can't actually talk about anything that's interesting with regard to dinosaurs. I mean, literally, like, there's nothing interesting about dinosaurs in, like, the creationist, young Earth creationist story. You have to ignore everything that's interesting about dinosaurs, you know? The geological timescale. Which dinosaurs lived when? Triassic, Jurassic, Cretaceous period. You can't talk about that in a young Earth creationist context. Because all the dinosaurs were created on, was it day 6 of the creation story in Genesis? If they read that literally, which is folly to do that, whatever. You can't talk about geological time. You can't talk about how these things are millions of years old. You're losing that bit of wonder and joy. So you want to talk about dinosaurs being adapted for different lifestyles, different diets. When you're a creationist, a young Earth creationist, you can't do that, because you kind of have to believe that all of the animals were created by God to eat plants in the Garden of Eden. So all of these dinosaurs with these fantastic adaptations for subduing prey and slicing through flesh, things that people find really compelling, you can't have that as a creationist, you know? Likewise, you can't even talk about biogeography. Different dinosaurs living in different parts of the world. Because in the, like, young Earth creationist cosmology, all creatures on our planet lived in the Garden of Eden, I guess? You can't talk about continental drift either, because that's not a thing. You can't talk about how different dinosaurs are related to one another, or how they change over time, because evolution is verboten. You can't talk about that. Literally everything that makes dinosaurs, even things like feathers on dinosaurs, you can't have that either. Because, well, shoot, dinosaurs can't be related to birds. And to this day, a lot of young Earth creationists deny that. They're like, oh, the fossils are fake, or those aren't really feathers, or whatever, you know? They kind of have to make dinosaurs humdrum and boring and they just flatten them out. So it's just like a coloring book, you know? No detail, no color, nothing beautiful or complex or wondrous. It's just, it's dinosaur cookie cutters. It's all they can really offer, you know? Just the outline of a dinosaur, but it's hollow. There's nothing in there, you know? Yeah. And Casey says they think all animals in Eden were herbivores. I mean, yeah, literally, Casey's story. You see this in... Here, I could show you. In, like, the creationist literature. Here's a book by Duane T. Gish, who is, in many ways, kind of the founder of modern American creationism, which I guess has become Australian and Turkish and Korean creationism too. It's kind of been exported throughout the world. But anyway, this is it's pretty bonkers stuff. This book tries to portray like cool things about dinosaurs, and it just kind of falls on its face because anything interesting or scientific about dinosaurs it has to kind of ignore. Where's the picture of the plant-eating T-Rex? that's not in here. Maybe that's a different book. Kind of left it out. Anyway, it's on these pages titled "The Effects of Sin." Young Earth creationists kind of have to believe that, like, all animals originally ate plants. That's why we have illustrations like this from a different book. Google image search is failing me once again. But anyhow, yeah. Yeah, I know where it's escaping. Yeah. I mean, you look at an animal like Ceratosaurus or Deinonychus, and you go, like, oh yeah, this animal was definitely adapted for eating leaves. But they think they have to believe that because, you know, there was no death before original sin. So anyway, yeah. Deinonychus and Ceratosaurus eating plants. I know, right? Andrew, it's just... But yeah. Again, we laugh at this kind of thing, but there are literally millions of people in the United States who claim to believe this. And then there are probably 10 times as many people who, if you were to tell that to them, they'd be like, okay, well, shoot, I'm not even sure dinosaurs are real, you know?
Happen? Or is it just like a made-up thing?
I don't know.
They were in the same category as ghosts. Like, it's like a Halloween thing. Like, why do so many people think the Earth is flat, but nobody's questioning dinosaurs?
Because there was fossils. There was fossils, man.
I mean, that is a good answer. And, like, that's a big part of what I try and do here on Twitch is show people that there are, you know, fossils or fossils. When we can dig up specimens live in the field, I'm trying to show a wide audience, people who couldn't necessarily show up in person, here it is. You're seeing this unedited. We're digging these things up live, you know? And that is tremendously important. I talk about this in my SVP poster from this year. My presentation at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. Where did I put that? 2025. Here we go. Here is my research poster that I presented at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. All about doing science outreach live on Twitch. And this is what I'm talking about here. So when anti-science conspiracy theories are gaining momentum online, fieldwork live streams can help us fight back, showcasing the process of science in a way that builds trust with viewers. So here's a bunch of YouTube videos of this guy Eric Dubé, who is, I guess he's like a prominent neo-Nazi online, but he also has a ton of like conspiracy theory videos, including a bunch on why dinosaurs are a conspiracy. They're made up. Anyway, when I was out in the field last summer, I had somebody type this into the chat, and this, I counted this as a major victory. This person says, Eric Dubé on YouTube almost made me think dinosaurs didn't actually exist. These like conspiracy theory videos. But you made me get that belief back because of what you do. Thank you. I figure for every one message that I get like this, there's probably tens of other people who didn't want to type into the chat, but this is also true for them, you know? So yeah, the thing, exactly, Gravity, yeah. Thank you again for doing that. Yeah. So anywho, like, this kind of outreach is important, I feel. And while I prefer to spend time out in the real world, I see it as kind of a duty, public service, to do live stream outreach like this, because we're reaching a wide audience, and the wider an audience we can reach, the better that is for science education in general, you know? The state of the education system here in the US, it's been dire for a long time, and it's only getting worse now. The current presidential administration here is actively talking about getting rid of the Department of Education. Just take an axe to that thing. Burn it down. What's the worst that could happen? If you think things are bad now, I mean... It's because we're in this situation that this kind of outreach is important. And I'm not trying to be all high and mighty and lofty about this. It's just... the work of museums, science centers, and people who make good quality science videos online, the people who give public talks, the people who take group tours out to go see fossils in the field. This is all really important stuff, and I'm trying to do my part right here on Twitch, you know? So yeah. Snowdenshi and HGC are correct, yeah. Like, it is an intentional thing. Like, a general public that is less educated, people who don't really know what's what, like, these people are easier to control, you know? Not to be conspiratorial about this, but like... for people who want to be in power for power's sake, people who think of the world on hierarchical terms, they're perfectly okay with the general public being gullible, being misinformed or uninformed. They see that as a good thing, you know? So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue this. We managed to get how many seconds in? 36. New record. Let's continue.
Yeah, but they could be fake.
Again, if you think fossils are fake, just take the subway to the American Museum of Natural History. Just look at the...
People say the Earth is only 6,000 years old, and the dinosaurs are... God put them there to test your faith.
What?
That is the thing that...
So I like that other people on the train are now chiming in, and this has become like a roundtable discussion here. I kind of love this. Again, this is what I'm talking about with, like, I think as scientists, oftentimes my colleagues are kind of, maybe they don't spend too much time talking to regular people on the bus or, you know, in line at the taco truck or at the beach or whatever, you know? That was a very California-centric kind of list there, but forgive me. It's important to talk to people outside of our academic bubble. That's the point that I'm trying to make, you know? I think a lot of scientists are kind of shocked to hear stuff like this because maybe they, you know? It was like a few years back at Berkeley, when I first moved back to California back in 2018, I would try to go to every single different event that was held, including like Fossil Fuel, which is this thing where like people from the Paleontology Museum and from the Integrative Biology Department, they'd go meet for pizza and beers on a Thursday night or a Friday night. And like, here I was working a day job at a print shop, struggling to make rent, all of this. And to hear some of these grad students talk, sometimes it would be like, it was very clear that they had like, they're part of a legacy of academic achievement, you know? Be like, well, you know, well, my grandmother told me stories about skiing in the Alps, while she was getting her second PhD at the Sorbonne. And, you know, the summer house, they had this whole microscope setup there, and I have fond memories of being there as a child. And it's like, holy cow, you know? I was the first person in my family to go to school, like to go to a university, let alone get a PhD or something like that. Holy moly, you know? Like, my dad works in an office. My mom is a dog walker. Like, my point is that in academia, you encounter a lot of people like that where, good for them. You know, they come from a long line of people with impressive educations. And those people are often shocked when they encounter somebody outside of academia who might otherwise be a pretty savvy person, but just knows almost less than nothing about natural history, about dinosaurs, or about evolution, you know? So yeah. And yeah, Andrew there too. Andrew says me too. Yeah, there you go. That's something I've always appreciated about you, Andrew. By the way, everybody, this is Andrew Milner. A great friend of the broadcast. Curator of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum. Oh shoot, and there's us on Facebook? Is this on the SVP Facebook? I guess it is. Yeah, I did an interview with Andrew not too long ago. Live on stream, and we spent a lot of time in St. George, like 2 weeks last year spent in St. George, live streaming almost every day. Yeah, it was good stuff. Anyway, Andrew's a good guy, and, you know, he came to the US from Canada. I don't think Andrew comes from a long line of academics. And I really appreciate that about Andrew Milner. There's not an iota of snooty pretentiousness about Andrew. He's just a cool guy, you know? Not that academics can't be cool. I'm not saying that. So my best friends are academics. What I'm saying is that Andrew, he didn't start life on third base and claim that he hit a home run. No. He got to where he is not based on nepotism or being a legacy or anything like that, but through hard work and drive and a good degree of luck, which everybody needs to succeed. If you don't have that highfalutin pedigree so many academics have. You know what I mean? Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Andrew says, I like the Dust Devil background in that picture. Yeah, so what I did here was I took a screenshot from one of the live streams of you with the Dust Devil in the background, and then I photoshopped myself into this. And I tried to get the lighting as close as I could, so it's not too egregious, but yeah. Anyway, yeah. link to this interview. I can pull that up. It's here on the YouTube channel. There we go.
And every week or so, we'd have to take everything down just to level out the snow because it was melting.
Right.
When it rains or snows up there,
Mm-hmm.
and you're sleeping in the quarry, it is absolutely terrifying.
This is in the Burgess Shale.
You can hear the talus slopes moving. Like you can hear rocks like
Like a rock slide.
and we're talking like big rocks, right? Because of all the debris we're digging out, and every now and then we hear a thud in the quarry next to you as there's a rock sliding and falling into the quarry next to your tent, or clanging off a propane canister or a metal can.
Right.
We actually had the first year we were there when we were working Upper Amaniella. That's the year we were camping in the quarry. And we had chicken wire lining the top of the fence as a catch, so it wouldn't come in and take out our tents.
So again, this is in the Burgess Shale. Which, this is up in the Canadian Rockies. This is like serious stuff. Like rock slides in the middle of the night. Like, it's amazing nobody's died, honestly. Yeah. Anywho. But yeah, what an incredible fossil assemblage. I think some of you, even if you've never heard of the Burgess Shale, you've probably seen images like this. Of this incredible fauna of animals, a really crucial time in Earth history. The Cambrian explosion, as is often said. There's one particular critter from this biota that gets a lot of attention because it's pretty close to us. At least that's the kind of the old thinking on this critter. Picaya. This, or a similar creature to this, is what gave rise to all of the animals with bones. All of... Lukey Lou Sill, thank you for the 66 months. I really appreciate that. Thank you for keeping me here online for
Paleo Science Shake.
a long time. Thank you. This critter, Picaya, is pretty close to the ancestry of chordates, including vertebrates. All the animals with bones, including us, evolved from something that wouldn't have been too different from this. Picaya is like a relative of that ancestor, and I did a 3D print of Picaya over the weekend. Let me show you.
Dinosaurs lived a long time ago.
Thank you, Lukey Lou, still for the 2,000 bits. Holy cow. Thank you, Lukey Lou, still. Holy moly. Here's my Picaya model that I 3D printed. I haven't painted it yet. But, yeah, and I'm holding it like this. Some people might be going, Danny, why are you holding it upside down? Illustrations like this are now thought to be out of date. The big feeler things here, antennae, whatever you want to call them, these are probably oriented downward. The eyes were on top. These gill leg structures here were also oriented upward. So, anyway, this is something that I was interested to learn while I was printing this thing. Yeah, this is upside down, actually. But yeah. Because, shoot, when I was a kid... Oh, this is way bigger than life-size, by the way. The actual thing is... It's tiny. A little lancelet or something like that. But, yeah, I thought this would be neat to have in a stream background one of these days. We're talking about the origin of vertebrates. But, Picaya. I think the general consensus now is that we've been looking at this animal upside down for years and years. Reinterpretations. Here we go. Lots of description. Yeah. 2024 study suggested that Pikaia was previously interpreted upside down, indicating that the dorsal and ventral sides of Pikaia were actually inverted. There's a long history of this happening with critters from the Burgess Shale. Hallucigenia famously had to get flipped. This really weird critter. It's like a oh, what a cool figure here. Yeah, retro versus modern. Nice. Stick-like legs and tentacles on top. Right way up in the 1990s. Legs, claws, and spines. Which end is the head? Yeah. Anyway. Pikaia and Hallucigenia, these are both critters from the Burgess Shale, and it just goes to show how difficult to interpret these fossils can be. You go back that far in time, when all of these different lineages are first getting their starts, and everything looks so weird. It's so hard to figure out, you know? Even just getting things the right way up can be a challenge. Anyway, is that right, Werewolf Cast? I've never heard of this. I didn't realize this is a comic book thing. But Werewolf Cast appears to be correct. Johnny Storm from the Fantastic Four had a hallucigenian girlfriend. Was he like this big? This is not a big animal. Like, did it embiggen or is he been in Smolland? Huh. Good for them, says Salamander. Yeah, you know what? Love is love. I'm not going to judge. Did we get on the British? I don't even know. Let's get back to this. Yeah.
People say.
What are you guys
saying? There's certain, like, kind of fundamentalist groups that believe that, yes, there are fossils, but that's because it's a test to confuse us so that you don't, like, believe in, like, the true word of God. It's like, so some people do think that the fossils are fake.
Do you agree with me that we need to talk about them more?
I love dinosaurs.
Do you think about them a lot?
Yeah, constantly.
What are you thinking about?
Big lizard.
Are they lizards though? Because people say they're.
Yeah, so it's interesting. This guy, who I guess is a comedian, it almost seems like he's feigning ignorance because he's like trying to make the point, like, do we really know that dinosaurs are real? But he's aware that dinosaurs, we now know that they gave rise to birds. So I don't know. That's the difficult thing when you're like listening to a comedian speak, is like, are they really being earnest about any of this? You know?
They're like birds.
They're cousins.
It's confusing.
Well, just like read more, dude.
I need to
yeah, he does need to read more.
But there aren't a lot of books. They're kids' books.
Jurassic Park is not a book for kids.
And there are so many books that are not kids' books about natural history, about dinosaurs. I mean, this is just a small sample. Not all of these are about dinosaurs, but, you know, shoot, there are fantastic books out there if you want to learn about these creatures. I've still not read Brusati's book. I should. There it is. You search Brusati, this is the first thing that comes up. Rise and Fall of the Dinosaurs. Holy cow, there's a Wikipedia article about this book. This is one that I haven't read it yet, but people say it's good. I have seen this book. This is kind of my litmus test for this sort of thing, if it's truly mainstream. I've seen this book at like the little newspaper stand convenience store thing in airports, you know, where they have all the airport books there with all of this like pop science and stuff. And you look at a lot of this stuff and it's like, is this really good science? Like, I don't know. I'm not experts in these fields, but Brusati's book is there? All right. Oh, and Andrew says, good book. Nice. Yeah. And Starmy says, if you know about dinosaurs, you won't learn much from Rise and Fall of the Dinosaurs. Fair. Yeah. And I guess that's kind of why I haven't read it yet. Like, I've been assiduously avoiding this book just because I do science outreach full time, and I don't want to accidentally steal any phrasing or anything like that from this book, because I know it's very popular. So I've chosen to remain ignorant about this particular book because I don't want to be accidentally parroting any lines from it, you know. But to a ton of other people watching this broadcast right now, you'd probably get a lot out of this book. I've heard it's well written, and Steve Brusati is, you know, a well-known dinosaur paleontologist. Yeah, and I think I've got a photo with him from SVP this past year. Pretty sure. Yeah, there we go. There's me and Steve Brusati at SVP, the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. Yeah. Anyway, I want to bring him on for an interview when his birds book gets published. Because he did Rise and Fall of the Dinosaurs, Rise and Reign of the Mammals, and now he's working on a book about the origin and history of birds. That's going to be cool, and it'd be great to bring him on for that, for an interview, I think. Yeah. One of my friends from the field, Spencer, is doing a master's degree with Brusati right now, up at the University of Edinburgh in Scotland. Anyway, and Beth kind of sort of says, I feel like subway takes are meant to be divisive in a funny, less toxic way, but still divisive. We've succeeded here. Let's continue.
But Jurassic Park is made up. That's what I'm saying. It's confusing.
You know who was thinking about dinosaurs? Michael Crichton.
Michael Crichton.
That's the guy who wrote Jurassic Park.
He also wrote ER.
E.T. Phone Home.
You can buy them.
You can't buy dinosaurs.
You can buy dinosaurs?
You can't buy dinosaurs.
You can buy fossils.
This is true. Like, there is a big gray market for dinosaur fossils. And like other people in the subway train are familiar with this concept because this is the sort of thing that garners a lot of headlines. Again, this I feel like is important for us as paleontologists to know. That like, where is the general public hearing about dinosaurs? Jurassic Park, TV shows, kids' books. They've all mentioned these things here. Conspiracy videos on YouTube and TikTok and stuff. And then news articles about dinosaur auctions, which we've talked about, I don't know how many times here on Paleontologizing. But that is where the general public is hearing about dinosaurs most often, is from those things. And we as paleontologists, I think, we could be doing a much better job of reaching out to the public and giving them good information. Again, that's what I'm trying to do here, you know? Yeah.
Buy dinosaurs?
You can't buy dinosaurs.
You can buy fossils. There's a whole black market for this. You can sincerely buy anything you want. You can. If you got enough money, you can buy all the damn fossils you want. You can buy a dinosaur egg. You can try to put it under a heat lamp, hoping to bring it back to life. I think they're real.
And I think what he's talking about here, he might be maybe unconsciously referencing. There is a Dave Chappelle sketch from ages ago that dealt with this that I thought was really gross, but yeah.
If blue whales are real, then they gotta be real.
Blue whales are dinosaurs.
No, they're not. This is another thing. This is why I have this on the wall today, because I knew we would be talking about this. Just because something's big doesn't mean that it's a dinosaur. Like, this is why we play Metazua every day on stream, when I remember. This is why it's so important to talk about phylogeny, you know? And I'm sure there's going to be at least one cool person in the chat for whom this is news. Unfortunately, this sort of thing doesn't really get taught in American schools enough. But living things are related to each other, you know? If it's fossilized, it's a dinosaur. Oh no, Andrew, yeah. That's what a lot of people think. Or if it's big, it's a dinosaur. Just, yeah. Anyway, this concept here is the single most important principle in all of biology, as far as I'm concerned. Living things are related to one another. When we say that two different organisms are related, we don't just mean that they look similar. As scientists, we're not just saying that, oh yeah, they have similar vibes or something. No, living things are related. In the same way that you're related to your siblings or your cousins, you can show your family relationships as like a family tree.
No sign of disgrace or failure. In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species eventually become extinct.
That's also kind of not true. Shoot, we could talk about what extinction actually means. If a species has descendants, did it really go extinct? Anyway, that's a discussion for another time. Thank you, Jellica, for the 7 months of support. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Keeping me here online for 7 whole months. Living things are related to one another. Whether we're talking about we as human beings, Homo sapiens, over here. So living things, we can figure out how they're related to each other by looking at fossils, forming phylogenies, evolutionary family trees based on the morphology of those fossils. We can kind of cross-check that with DNA for living creatures to establish their relationships. This is a good example where we as human beings share a huge part of our genome with some of the other great apes, like chimps and bonobos. And then a little bit further out, you have the gorillas, which are not as closely related to us. Still pretty close. A little bit further out are orangutans. And then the other apes, gibbons and their relatives, old world monkeys, colobine monkeys. We look fairly similar to some of these other creatures because we share a common ancestor. About 6 million years ago, our lineage converges with those of chimps and bonobos. So about 6 million years ago, all three of our species, chimps, bonobos, and humans, we all had a common ancestor. Our ancestor used to be the same thing. And then about 6 million years ago, you have a split, and these lineages evolved in different directions. This is true for literally all life on Earth. And again, I sincerely wish this sort of thing were properly taught in American schools. Most people never hear about this concept until maybe they're going to a university and they finally take like a biology class. If they're lucky enough to do that, maybe that's when they get to hear about this underlying principle that all of biology kind of hangs on. The most important concept in the life sciences. Most people never really get to hear about this until maybe they take a university.
Dinosaur! Gigantic dinosaurs attacking our boy!
A dinosaur? What? Holgast, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. And I have heard that a lot, Andrew, yeah. I believe in evolution, but not human evolution. That is kind of a sentiment that you hear sometimes from certain kinds of creationists. Because there are a lot of people who are cool with this whole idea of the evolution of life on Earth, they say, oh yeah, that's cool, I like this, you know? Until, uh-oh, what are these critters doing here? Oh no. Can't have that. We as human beings have to be special. We can't be the product of evolution. Yeah, sure, living things change over time and they give rise to new species, but we're people, you know? We can't be part of that. I don't get to be a special little boy anymore if I'm the product of evolution going back literally billions of years. I see this as a wondrous thing, you know? We share kinship with every other creature on our planet. You know, from slime molds to Smilodon, from redwood trees to red-legged frogs, all of these different creatures on our planet are all descended from a common ancestor. I think that's a beautiful and wondrous thing, but a lot of people are really scared of that concept. And that's a headwind that we have to fight against as paleontologists, as evolutionary biologists, as science communicators. A lot of people are really scared of that idea. Because I think a lot of people have built worldviews they really cherish that are threatened by that concept, you know? Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. There you go, Harry Batch, exactly, yeah. Yeah. So anyway, I understand that a lot of people really get in their feelings about this, and that's... We're emotional creatures as human beings, you know? I think it's important to meet people where they are and not push them too hard. And not to mock them. I think that's really important too. Like, if we approach these conversations in good faith and are respectful of one another, when you're like talking face to face with somebody. Because, you know, like a certain Chucky D once said, there is grandeur in this view of life. And if you let people understand and accept the concept of evolution for other creatures, they'll eventually get there with people too, you know? And they'll see that this is not something that denigrates us as human beings. This is something to be celebrated. This is something wonderful and beautiful that we can trace our ancestry back to the dawn of life on Earth. And we share kinship with every other creature on this planet. That's a beautiful thing. And people get there eventually. If they get interested enough in natural history and fossils, maybe that starts with dinosaurs. If they get interested enough, they'll get there. They'll see the light, so to speak. Yeah. There you go, Crimson Carnotaurus, yeah. Anyhow. Let's see if we can finish out this video. Oh yeah, blue whales are dinosaurs. What? No, they're not. Oh boy.
Buy all the damn fossils you want. You can buy a dinosaur egg. You try to put it under a heat lamp, hoping to bring it back to life. I think they're real. If blue whales are real, then they gotta be real.
Yeah, so this is like a weird leap in logic here. Like, blue whales are big animals, sure. If they're real, and they seem almost too astonishing to believe, then if blue whales get to be real, then yeah, then dinosaurs could be real, you know, as a treat. Why not? That's such a weird thought process. I'm not mad at it, I guess. It's just like the whole point of bringing up the Tree of Life here is whales are a kind of artiodactyl. Which is a kind of mammal. So whales are not dinosaurs, never have been dinosaurs. Whales don't evolve until after the non-bird dinosaurs are extinct. Cetacea are the whales, which includes dolphins and porpoises. They're all cetaceans, they're all whales. They're not dinosaurs. Sure, they're big, but they're mammals. They feed their young with milk, you know? Yeah.
Blue whales are dinosaurs!
And they used to be here.
What?
Blue whale, like history, they were fish, mammals in the water.
So, this person, like, they get it, and I appreciate this. I'm gonna say this guy. Hopefully, I'm not misgendering him. He knows a thing or two. He doesn't have the correct terminology, but, like, he's on it, you know? He's talking about the evolution of whales from land-living mammals, which is something that we understand pretty well nowadays. He may have even seen, like, this animation here of a terrestrial hoofed mammal giving rise to whales. Each one of these different critters is something that we have good fossils of, and there's so many in-betweens here. We've got so many other species that kind of bridge each of these gaps, so it's much more of a smooth transition now between, say, Ambulocetus and Cuchicetus. I think we've got some in-betweens now that work really well for helping understand how this is more of a gradual thing. But yeah. Is there another critter called Pachycetus, Claire? Huh. Yeah. And Werewolf Cast says, I always wonder why they went back into the ocean. It must have been the food was better there, you know? So much of this comes down to food, you know? If there's resources that we can exploit in a certain area, it might pay to jump in there, you know? And I want to emphasize that this isn't like a smooth gradation, like a straight line, where one day a hoofed artiodactyl said, "Oh, you know what I really want to do? I want to do some swimming, so that 50 years from now, my descendants will be whales." Nobody's thinking like that. That's not how evolution works. It's much more of like a messy bush than it is like a straight line or a ladder or something like that, you know? Yeah, so again, this is cherry picked right here when we're looking at diagrams like this. It's like kind of, this has been pruned down to the point where it's just nice and neat and tidy. There's so many weird, interesting branches going off in different directions. So many bizarre whales from the fossil record. For the sake of simplicity, you see illustrations, you know, like this. And holy cow, this is from the Institute of Creation Research. And so they're probably saying on this website, oh, this is not true at all. This is all fake. It's so aggravating that this gets to be at the top of Google image results. Like, and again, creationists, they've got a lot of cash, and they've got a lot of political power, and a lot of societal clout, in the US at least, and in many other countries. Holy cow. Korea, Turkey, the UK, Denmark, Brazil. Anyway. Yeah. And Harry says, unfortunately, most evolution diagrams make it look linear. Yeah, which is why I have to talk about this. It's much more messy and interesting and complex than that. You know, evolution doesn't usually work in a straight line, in like a simple, tidy fashion. You get lots of weird, interesting critters going off in different directions. You've got evolutionary experiments, so to speak, that veer off and do their own thing, and maybe they have descendants or maybe they don't, but like, yeah. Yeah, here we go. Like, this is... When we're talking about the evolution of horses, you know, you'll see diagrams like this that make it very simple and straightforward. Like, oh yeah, horses got bigger and they evolved fewer and fewer toes until they just have that one central hoof. But no, it's actually much more complicated than that and far more fascinating. Different lineages of horses split off and do different things, and some of them get big while still having 3 toes, and some of them stay small and drop down to 1 toe, and like... Yeah. It's interesting. Just like the modern world is full of all kinds of different creatures with different body plans and ecologies and lifestyles and whatever. It's a whole messy menagerie. Fossil record is like that too, you know? So yeah. Yeah. And Starmy says, question observation here. It seems that evolution from land to water has happened more often than vice versa. Why do you think that is? That's a great question, Starmy, actually. Because there are many different groups of animals that moved from the land into the ocean. And you don't hear about that happening in the reverse all that often. And I think the easy answer is that life started off in the oceans. And like the conquering of the land, to be like, to use an old cliche, this was a difficult step. It's much easier to go back into the ocean where your ancestors came from than it is to transition from the ocean to land. It's only happened a few times in Earth history that ocean-going lineages have become terrestrial. We have this with tetrapods, like good old Tiktaalik here, the ancestor of all of the amphibians and reptiles and mammals. I'm not saying Tiktaalik is the direct ancestor, but some creature in this milieu. Tiktaalik is similar to the creature that would have given rise to all the tetrapods. You see this in invertebrates. They were actually the first animals to conquer the land, where things like scorpions, and later other arachnids, spiders, big myriapods, like millipedes and things like that, and insects. They came up onto the land before these guys did. And it might be really difficult to do that. It's like, you've got to figure out how to support your body weight on land without having the water buoy you up, where you're essentially kind of weightless. Instead, you've got to have some support structure so that, like, so you can hold your body up on land. That's not easy to do. You have to find out a way to reproduce on land and not have your eggs dry out or whatever. That was a major innovation, a major evolutionary development that occurred. The amniotic egg. Having an egg that won't dry out on land was a big deal, and allowed reptiles to reptiles and mammals, to conquer the interior of continents, you know, away from the water. These are difficult problems to solve. It's much more difficult than like, yeah, let's just go back into the water, you know? You don't have to worry about gravity as much when you're in the water. You don't have to worry as much about your eggs or whatever, to a certain extent. Yeah. Does that make sense? I hope it does. Yeah. Starby says, I think it's interesting that once a group of animals has evolved to live in the water, they don't go back. Like, there's no whale in the process of going back to live on land. So it might just indeed be easier. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. You know? In many ways, you know, as a wise creature once said, you know, life really is better down where it's wetter, under the sea. In many ways, it's kind of easier to make a living. That, like, there's fewer things to worry about in terms of gravity, at least, in terms of you have fewer temperature extremes and stuff like that. Less temperature fluctuation, rather. There's problems you have to solve if you're going to go back into the ocean. Sure. The whales have done a really cool job of that. As well as many other different critters. We had ocean-going crocodiles, or crocodiliforms, back during the Mesozoic. The Thalattosuchians. They're such a cool example, I think, of critters who, you know, they evolved from, you know, very crocky-looking ancestors on land, and they became supremely well adapted to life in the oceans, to the point where they got rid of their armor scutes. You no longer have movable digits, their limbs turn into paddles. They have this fishy fluke on their tail. They probably gave birth to live young, so rather than laying eggs, they just gave birth to live young like whales do. They were probably warm-blooded, generating their own body heat internally. That's so cool, you know? They never came back up onto land, and that seems to be like a rare thing, to move up onto land from the sea. It's much more common to go in the other direction. So yeah. Yeah, in many cases too, Claire, you know, sometimes when you're going into the sea, it really is,
It's free real estate.
if there's not a lot of competition there, it can be free real estate. And maybe that's what was going on with whales, you know? After the extinction of many of the big marine reptile groups, you know, when the asteroid hits and wipes out the plesiosaurs and the mosasaurs and some of the big marine turtles and critters like that, it's like it's free real estate in the ocean. It's almost certainly not a coincidence that when those critters went extinct, we've already got whales within, like, what, 10 million years? It's free real estate. Oh, yeah. Anyway, but whales aren't dinosaurs, and, let's get back to this. Anyway, this guy's talking about the evolution of whales. He doesn't quite have all the terminology correct, but, you know, he's on the right track, you know?
I think they're real. If blue whales are real, then they gotta be real.
Blue whales are dinosaurs!
And they used to be deer, too.
What?
Blue whale, like history, they were fish, you know, mammals in the water. They left the water, grew legs and stuff, and then they were like, this, I'm going back.
Blue whales came out of the water and became dinosaurs?
No! It's so frustrating, and, like, I know this is supposed to be entertaining, and it's supposed to be a little bit enraging to watch. But I would like to live in a world where you couldn't put this kind of video on YouTube without being, like, horrifically embarrassed, you know? I want to live in a world where people have a better basic understanding of the history of life on Earth that a, you know, little kid would laugh at this and go like, what are they talking about, you know? Like, a better world is possible. We can get there. We need to... That's what I'm trying to do here on Twitch, bit by little bit. Teach people about natural history. Get them excited to learn on their own. Go visit museums. Go read books. Go talk to scientists. Just, there's so much wonder and joy to be had in this understanding of the history of life on Earth. Embrace that, you know?
It came out and became like deer.
Blue whales were deer?
Yeah.
I don't agree with the rest of that part.
This guy knows so much about dinosaurs. I love this.
Another thing, gasoline comes from dinosaurs?
No, gasoline does not come from dinosaurs. It's made of essentially like dead plankton settled down to the ocean floor. All this carbon-rich goo was compressed into eventually, like, you know, petroleum.
Correct. Gas leads dinosaurs.
Oh, I just realized that's why they're called fossil fuels. Oh my God, are you kidding me?
If people were a little bit more sympathetic to the
Gas is
dinosaurs, maybe we wouldn't be using
What?
gas cars.
I thought. They just call it fossil fuel. It's literally
Plastic. Dinosaurs are also made out of dinosaur because it's a plastic product.
Holy shit.
All right. Here's a link to this short. I'm kind of hesitant to look at the comments. But yeah, oil is not made from dinosaurs. I'm sure there's a few dinosaur cells in there, you know. Carcasses that would have drifted out to sea and sunk to the bottom. Bloat and float situations. You get, of course, sure, whatever. But the 99.9% of it is going to be planktonic organisms. Yeah. This is really funny. When you search YouTube for oil is not made from dinosaurs, this gets into other conspiracy theories. This is amusing. Oh boy. Though here we've got this video from today I found out, which is good. We've looked at this before. Why do people think oil comes from dinosaurs? And then second video on here, the Earth produces oil, not dead dinosaurs. So there's a conspiracy theory that oil is something that is just like a mineral that like it just naturally forms in the earth, that it's not of organic origin. It's not made from carbon-rich organisms. It's not a super popular conspiracy theory because it's not like, it doesn't have that kind of like mass appeal. It's not like doesn't have the same kind of charisma as other conspiracy theories do, where it's just like wild and off the wall and like fun. But anyway, yeah. What do they call it? Abiogenic oil or something like that? It's like a fringe belief. But yeah, abiogenic petroleum origin. Oh boy. Yeah. So yeah, this idea that oil is created in the mantle of the earth. Anyway, yeah. Alright, she's like, better wrap up this stream soon. I will, maybe. I will. Anyway, oil is not made from dinosaurs.
In a memorable scene in the 1993 comedy Mrs. Doubtfire, unemployed voice actor Daniel Hillard, played by Robin Williams, comes across a set of plastic toy dinosaurs and uses them to compose a catchy rap. I'm a raptor, doing what I can, gonna eat everything till the appearance of man. Yo, yo, see me. I'm living beneath the soil. I'll be back, but I'm coming as oil. As well as showcasing the incomparable Williams at the height of his improvisational powers, this scene illustrates a common myth that has persisted for decades, that crude oil derives from the bodies of dinosaurs. People believe this? But as romantic and logical as this notion might seem, after all, why else would we call them fossil fuels? It simply isn't true. Everyone's favorite prehistoric reptiles have nothing to do with the black gold that powers and is slowly killing the modern world. But how did this myth come to be in the first place? Surprisingly, unlike many modern myths, this one can almost be entirely traced back to a single source. It's an origin story that involves a corporate giant, two of the greatest cultural events of the 20th century, and a case of clever, if misleading, marketing. When petroleum, the word derived from the Greek words for stone, and oil, is derived from ancient organisms, the organisms in question are far smaller and less glamorous than dinosaurs, microscopic ocean-dwelling plants and animals known.
We would have some people here in the audience on a given day who might dispute this. Be like, excuse me, did you just say that dinosaurs are more appealing than diatoms? Or foraminifera? Or radiolaria? Or other planktonic organisms? Thank you. Shout out for diatoms attack there. Yeah. Anyway, here's a link to this video. Yeah. On another day, I would, well, I watched the whole thing, but these cats need some attention. So this is my cue to wrap up here. Anyway, fun stream, short stream today. It's about 4.5 hours. Or less. Mini Pie's hitting the stream deck. This is my cue to wrap up. So, procedure commence. We'll put a fossil mammal under our credits, because we're currently being accosted by a relative. A different kind of, felid? Smilodon is part of Felidae, isn't it? Or is it? I don't know. Anyway. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Let's find somebody to raid into as I express my gratitude for, everybody appearing in our credits. From new followers to raiders, to those people who keep these streams going with their financial support. I appreciate that more than you know. Now, who else is on right now? Let's look. Who else is doing some science? Come on now. Twitch homepage is being glacially slow. No, stop it. Why it's loading so slowly. Let's go right into, is Shark Geek on? I'm trying to check and it's not letting me. Yeah, let's go right into Shark Geek. Yeah, excellent. Thank you to everybody just named in our credits. Especially those folks who support these streams financially. The subscribers and the gifters and the cheerers, the people who make it possible for me to do this full time. I appreciate that more than you know. It's a dream come true to be able to do science outreach full time and have that fund my research and my travel and my field work. I feel like the luckiest guy in the world, and it's because of you, wonderful supporters. I am immensely grateful. Likewise to the moderators, keep this a safe and welcoming community for everybody. If somebody new shows up, they're greeted by the mods, and we know that this is going to be an all ages, all inclusive kind of community here, and that's because of those mods. Thank you tremendously. I'll be streaming again tomorrow. 1 p.m. California time. We're going to be doing some more paleontologizing, probably looking at some new publications, I'm guessing. We'll see what crops up between now and then. And right now we're going to go right into Shark Geek, who's trying to get people jazzed about shark conservation. Always a good time over on Shark Geek's channel, so let's jump in, and I'll see you there. See you tomorrow, everybody. Take care. Bye-bye.